People, good evening. How are you doing, people? Sound is good, video is good, everything is fine, I hope. Right. We finished Star Thoroughfare yesterday. There's the sewers. And an extremely hard fight down there. And I'm full with injuries. Plagued with injuries. Salamonkey, thanks for joining. Street, thanks for joining as well. That was upstream, I guess, but I can see it now. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Pesor, good evening, Pesor. Great to see you here as well, Shapeshift. You guy, good day. Anaxi, for you it's morning, I guess. For me it's 5 p.m. The morning in Brazil. How's the weather in Brazil, Anaxi? Is it like here? For me, I'm melting in November, man. So we got all time zones covered. From East Coast to Brazil and China. You're lucky if you can watch for 12 hours while you work. That's a good shift, man, then. If you can watch. Yesterday, my stream was 10 hours and 30 minutes. The time, I have a feeling like when I was done that I played for 2 hours. That's how fast the time goes with a game, which is a great thing. When you play this, time stands still. There's the western bank, there's the go down, there's the starport, and then there's this. We're gonna enter from here. Yurion, hello, hello. They walk mega fast out of combat, which is a great thing. I was talking about it during early alpha and beta, and I said like 10 times, I want to see them move faster out of combat. And now they move like flash, man. It depends out of the distance. how do they move? When you click close by, they walk. When you click medium length, they run. When you click like 2-3 screens away,
with each step,
look at the freaking speed. So it depends where you click. Very good. Really, really good.
Operation successful.
Let's go to the warehouse. We got a demon boss. We got a lot of fights here. It's a great quality of life improvement, yeah. Great. You don't need to wait, you know, when it's a big map, you wanna walk like, I don't know, to the start of the map. They're there in 20 seconds. What I'm missing the most, basically, but I get it, you can put it in the rogue trader, and the thing I'm used to doing the most from Pathfinder is sneaking. There is no sneaking in the game, and that's the thing I'm missing up the most. Sector Koronus Expanse, region Riot system, streets in the vicinity of Riot Minority starport location, material, report based on oral accounts and picked recordings, edited to the archives of House 1 Valancius by the order of Seneschal Verserian. They switch fonts. Look at the fonts now in the book. They look even better. On his journey across the world, caught in the throes of heretical insurgency, the Lord Captain accidentally witnessed an unholy rite that transpired in one of the maintenance rooms of an aqueduct. This abandoned nuke turned out to be heretics gathering place for performing their grim and profane acts. The large group of rebels stood frozen in patient anticipation, all staring into the center of the room. No one moved, only the murmur of hushed voices echoed against the metal walls. The rogue trader took a closer look at the gathering. The Lord Captain ran a cursory glance over the room, assessing this. Let's assess the situation. Bulky power transformers, cogitators, crates, and wax casters took up most of the space. Against their background, the structure in the center stood out oddly, an enormous lens mounted on a stand. It caught the thin sunbeams that made their way through slits in the ceiling and crossed the half-lit room. The Lord Captain peered into the darkness enveloping the room. Although barely visible behind the close ranks of the insurgents, music is kinda loud. Let me... How's the music compared to my voice? Is music very loud or not? Because for me it's a bit loud. I would tune it down a bit. A bit too loud, eh? In this part. I'll reduce it after this. I'll raise microphone a bit, tune this down, it should be fine now. I don't know why is it so loud now. This part is very loud. Is it better? Maybe a bit louder. Like this. There you go. Although barely visible behind the close ranks of the insurgents, the rusted barrels with evidently flammable contents had not escaped the Lord Captain's keen eye. One good shot at those barrels would decimate the number of heretics on Riot Minores. The rogue trader surveyed the peculiar structure with great attention. The enormous mounted lance was doubtlessly imbued with the power of the archenemy, inimical to all that is noble and virtuous in the universe. Anyone caught in the corrupted light it emits will face horrifying consequences. As if commanded by a grim unseen force, the insurgents fell silent at once, and in a single moment parted. A thick, sticky silence filled the room. The heretics' gazes were turned toward the metal structure with a lance on top of it, standing tall in the middle of a circle of melting candles, piles of books, and unholy symbols drawn on the floor. The structure flashed as a single sun ray illuminated it. A sound of bare feet broke the sinister silence as a man emerged from the deep shadows. Reeling, he entered the circle and collapsed on his knees in front of the enormous lance. Not a second had passed before many rebels' hands gripped the fallen man's shoulders and hair. Remember, comrade, the last sunray you recall will be yours only, share with no one else, your holy final dawn. Bellowed a lone heretic voice amid the silent crowd. By doing of someone's hands, the lance had turned and its focus ray feasted on prisoner's eyes. The blinded man's harrowing scream shook the very walls of the place. Consumed by the riot, the rebels had not yet noticed the stranger in their midst. The Lord Captain braced himself and shut the war plans, destroying its charms, blew up the fuel barrels, thinning the heretic ranks. Charged bravely into battle to crush the enemy. Shut the war plans down, destroy charms.
Pure cannot escape their fate. Crush them!
Cultists. 16 of them. And the leader. And then I play. What?
Rejoice in service!
It's a hard fight.
I will not be deterred.
Very hard fight.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
95% chance in the US.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Damn it, man. Come on. Damn it, man. You get the fuck out of here. Come on. I should have thrown a frag there on explosives. Shit! Had exactly enough to defend, throw a frag, and put endurance. And now
Follow
I
my
take a
lead.
hit again and the entire fight. No, you won't. Healing. No attacks of opportunity.
I will do my duty. Took care of this
The
one.
first frag! And the thing, I can't blow it up with a frag. Yeah, right. Sure, I can't blow up explosives with a frag. That makes sense. If they are explosives, they should blow up when you throw a frag.
Duty demands. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Doubt is for the weak.
Minor setback.
Pura Bellard.
What of course. On it. Will do.
Was that you? Or...
He's in full cover. All the way from up there, you shot those two for fucking really overshooting and I'm like, yo.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Very bad spot to fight. Very, very bad spot to fight.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Here's my Emperor!
Tankiness is real.
Request approved.
My ears are ringing.
Oh shit, I need to kill him first, this is priority. It's immediately tier 4. Oh, I can kill this. Bloody hell.
Great choice in service.
It's a waste. Oh, shit, I'm hitting a brick wall.
Guided by faith!
It's gonna be the first time when I'll fail a fight on unfair.
A tactically sound approach. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Oh can you dodge? Come on, you occupy 4 spots. How can you? What the fuck? How can you dodge? Why do you got 74% dodge?
Indeed.
Please.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Go hand in hand.
Will do. On it. Anything else?
Just a minor setback.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Fuck with that.
I'll do it.
Scriptural prognosis is favorable. I am a savant of destruction.
I need to kill him fast. And I can't access the fight from here. Not unfair. It's not a good spot.
Flesh betrays me.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Are you shitting me over there? What is that?
And so shall it be done.
I triggered the mail. Shit will start happening now. Screen is purple.
It will be done.
I can deal damage, but it's late.
At your beck and call.
It's way too late.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Now we can see how it looks like during chaos, hey? For the first time.
Oh, my ears are ringing. Reduce the dust. One, you are done.
Reflex now failing.
As the Emperor commands, I act. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. It's why I was chosen.
Advancing. Request approved. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Request approved.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith. And so it shall be done. Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred.
I'll do it.
A more great leader would be dead. I'm fucking unlucky.
May the Divine's will be done.
From the very start. The thing that turned should have killed him was low. That other idiot, 1 HP left at the very start. And now this shit.
Tried and tested tactics are the best of it.
50% chance to kill.
Victory is imminent.
Come on, Abelard! Nice. Leader out.
I will do my duty.
This card is down as well. HP. Little shoot Pascal. Omnisaya is with Pascal. Not anymore.
By the manner of their death, we shall know them. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Come on, explosions still don't damage them. I'll get. When there is an explosives or a battle and you are in a full cover like he is, if that shit explodes over there, it should do at least any amount of damage, or at least make him knocked out of the cover or something like that. Anything, it's an explosion. Anything. He needs to be like over here with the explosion, or better to say, if it exploded here, he should end up here. And receiving damage, no matter if he's in full cover.
Rejoice in service.
Also, there is loot here, and because of the loot, I can't use charge attack on this idiot, and I can use it here. He avoids loot. They should be able to step over small chests, I guess. The charge, like.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
No, come on. No, I can't. Now I can't get close in and hit because of the loot.
I've
Oh,
seen worse battles
so when
than
you
this in
click
my time.
on the corners of the tile, then you can move. On the corners.
Indeed. I took care of Follow my lead.
I can't believe I'll win.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
The Emperor commands.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
Hard carry, Abelard. Hard carry.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I won't suffer this. I cannot comply.
A tactically sound approach. It will be done.
I'm enraged! This is unacceptable. Faith without deeds is worthless. I will not.
Rejoice in service.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer.
Shit, we actually won. Holy shit, we actually won. I still haven't lost a fight since the start. Your eye is drawn to the shards of the enormous land scattered around the broken device. At first, you're uncertain as to what troubles you. Suddenly, the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way, just the same way as the shards of the unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valancius's desk. What's the matter, Lord Captain? Why are you so interested in? Abelard trails off when he notices what you're looking at. He instantly makes the connection. By the Imperium saints, it cannot be. I see it too. Whatever the thing in her study was, it was made from the same material as their junk. It's a mistake, Slender, meant to blemish the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First those minions of the archenemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora, and now this cannot be tolerated. It will not be tolerated. Oh no, Abelard, remember what she was like? Brazen, assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone headfirst into a black hole if she had thought it would put her even one step ahead of everyone else out in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood, but then let this knowledge drag you into darkness. Perception check succeeded. The sister's words ring with a genuine, sincere hope that you'll be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for your sanctimonious preachers. A dubious trinket, and you longer see a person, you see bad blood and annoying hindrance. There is enough venom in Indira's voice to put the poison in an entire regiment. Argenta recoils, but the next moment her dark eyes ignite with fury. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abating the archenemy, a person who has tainted themselves, thus can never justify their actions. Sure, why go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day? Except, dear friend, I seem to remember that you don't mind Theodora so much while you were aboard the ship. You didn't leave her side for even a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset, you just gave up on her and moved on. Argenta is right, the danger of heresy cannot be overstated. Indira is right, it's difficult to cast accusations of heresy. Sister Argenta, you will cease these insinuations about Theodora at once. I will not allow the name of von Valancius's family to be defamed by such words. Witch, you're walking a fine line between outright heresy and the Battle of Bolter. Shut your mouth before I shut it for you. Say nothing. When two bitches argue, you say nothing. Always. In real life as well.
Let the faith guide my path to glory!
Women, they're there to argue, you're there to do the work. Harbinger reports, Brother Twilight and his people were unsuccessful, a dangerous enemy. Foiled his plans, the duty is now upon us, Aurora followers to succeed where Twilight failed. And a heavy leather armor, Abelard. With armor deflection, man. And with boots. Whenever the wearer kills 2 or more enemies with a single attack, the attack doesn't spend all the wearer movement points. For squishy enemies, AoE attacks on a warrior, and you keep your movement points so you can go further. Nice. This is the first act, Dante. The very first act. Is the game a buff fiesta like Wrath of the Righteous was? No, it's not. Wrath is not a buff fiesta, you need to know what buffs to use and when. So it basically depends who plays the game before you call it buff fiesta. And also you got mods for the buff fiesta. Scale of 1 to 10 of Mount Everest, how steep is the learning curve for this game for someone who hasn't played any Pathfinder games? You're super interested in it, but you're not sure yet. Seven, 8. I can't say how it's easy to learn the game. But you got my guides on my YouTube channel if you really want to play it. There's gonna be, I haven't released it yet because the game is not out yet, but 3 to 4 days before the game is out. Now I'm releasing builds and character creation guides. Then it's gonna be the map and a review. And 3 to 4 days before the game is out, I'll release one long guide, beginner's guide for the learning curve and explain what everything does. So yeah, you can play and you got 6 difficulties to play on. You don't need to play on harder difficulties as a beginner. Pick a freaking story mod and play until you learn the game. If you're afraid of the difficulty and of the learning curve. There's always that option as well. What does the full pre-release version mean? It means that what you see here is a 90 to 95% of what the full release will look like. That's what it means. You'll play a better version of what I'm playing, but basically it's the same thing, you know. That's what it means. 40 days before the game is out. So the final patches, final polishing and so on, that's gonna be available on 7th December. The devs work every day on the game, so you get a better version. How does the unfair difficulty compares to Pathfinder? It's a different game and I can't compare it. And it depends on the player.
Let us walk.
And it depends on builds.
Guide our way.
And it depends on experience, it depends on knowledge, it depends on everything.
We should deal with this.
What? Oh, a trap.
A nice little stroll.
Nice and easy. Now I got tons of items. We need to prepare for the demon. I got tons of injuries as well. A crippled arm. A crippled leg. An old injury. Another crippled leg. Head trauma. Head trauma is absolutely the worst. And the leg. Whatever. They won't move. In this case, no, there is no rest.
Burden of failure is the most terrible punishment.
There is no rest. So you pretty much need to know and plan ahead of what you're gonna do up front. where you only cure injuries, and you can cure the fresh injuries, old injuries, and traumas. Fresh injuries can be cured. Old injuries, I think they also can be cured, but you need Medicare to be high. While traumas can only be fixed on a ship. So it's perma debuffs.
I better myself through my service.
In other words, you need to be careful. You need to plan ahead, you need to know where to position, and you need to pay attention on those injuries non-stop. Naravno. Such.
The Emperor favors me.
Oh, hallelujah. Cogitator screen reads access code required. Tech use Pascal. Hack the cogitate. Machine spirits look favorably upon you. You overcome the cogitator defenses. A message archive loads up. Judging by the accompanying notes, the messages were meticulously transferred from paper to the sacred machine storage. Go to missiles. The starport. New missile. Heed the words of a harbinger of Aurora. Let it be known to you that the prophesied hour is nigh, and the faithful must triple their efforts. Those who stand in the way of our salvation must be swept away. Let it be revealed to you that the enemy is about to receive reinforcements. Remember the name. Don Valancius. His ship has already entered the system. We should expect this enemy to appear near our positions. Whoever rids our comrades of this threat will be granted Aurora's special blessing, a chance to stand at the prophet's side. When the hour comes, be vigilant. Let the final dawn come. Aurora Harbingers wish you to know, comrades, that Von Valancius' ship is heading for the navigator station. You've got time to prepare a warm welcome for the enemy, because I picked Urak 5, they know, and now it changes. If I came here first, the missile wouldn't be like this. But because I went for Cassia, now they know. Go to dispatches. Tell the Harbingers we intercepted a convoy of the governor's underlings who were supposed to meet that Von Valancius bloke. Only one out of the whole convoy got away, but he's not long for this world. No one's making it to the governor's hall. Not that the youngster or that the ones he's supposed to meet are comrades who got their hands on a guardbox caster. Those fools have no clue we can hear all their comms. We know their every movement, we're going to throw them a fine welcome party. Aurora must have no doubts that we'll do whatever it takes to stop her enemies. Let the final dawn come. Just to take a piss. Get it back fast. Just dosyć, что заборал. Jedno vreme kad sam izbacila bilo baš bilo. Ej. Ej, alo. Toliko od lutiranja za danas. Zatvaram. In terms of the amount of quick load at all. Since I started, only quick load on skill checks, but not in combat.
The duty prevails.
Markings on the wax caster clearly indicated it belongs to the planetary wardens. There are visible scratches and traces of blood on the device. It's coming, it's drawing ever nearer. Heed the word of the Aurora. They're gonna die, blah blah blah.
This exploratory
Pascal got us a phantom cloak. 15% armor against warp. Okay.
The divine watches over us.
Shut off the steam. Nothing but a pile of shards remain on the sinister lens that the heretics used to burn out the eyes of devout cultists.
I've read about this.
The ritual site is covered in ominous heretical symbols, each of which is unmistakably emanating the malevolent power of the warp.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
That chaos spawn was freaking tough.
With each step, I forge my destiny
It
among
also
the
had horns,
stars.
look different than the first chaos spawn. Safe.
Duty prevails.
The vault can be opened via the cogitator. All that remains is to figure out how to awaken the machine spirit by supplying it with the motive force. Emergency injector. A new air condition for her back. The wearer must fall unconscious. A stasis field immediately recovers toughness bonus wounds instead. The wearer loses 1 movement point, 30 dodge. Okay, that's the second one.
My house would be proud of me.
Did it work? Just failed. Ljubim te jednu vodu. Šta je ovo, lavac? Znaš ti šta je arabika za lavacu? Remegdelo. Ajde, hemija. Probaj. Probaj. Možeš odmah, pa mi kaži. Aj, probaj. Jel da? Viš šta je hemija? Smićurina. A košta više nego organska. Kažem, smeće. Lord Imperium.
The strain has taken its toll.
Iskreno ti kažem, hoću.
Haven't I studied hard enough?
Why are you doing it double? Okay, 1. Don't fight who's gonna do it. 1. What are you doing? I wanna see 1 only.
Let the faith guide my
Maybe they can
path
improve
to
loading
glory.
screen time. It's fast enough, okay? I'm telling you again, like, I remember the old days when I used to wait for a minute or 2 on a loading screen. On Neverwinter Nights. On Dragon Age Origins, God forbid, 3 minutes loading screen. This is like, what, 5 seconds?
What a shame.
We can count. "14 seconds. Can be below 10, I guess. But there is no need. Like, why are you all triggering lore tests? I don't get it. They all trigger a lore test at the same time. No, one failed. The rest of them succeeded. Whatever. You managed to decipher the technical litany. According to it, in order to perform the ritual of the motive force, you must supply power, make sure the relay is closed, check the damper is latched and the supplementary external relay is shut. The supply must be... The supply must be correctly distributed, and in no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed. Unledge the damper. Well, how was it? Bloody hell. So, according to in order to perform the ritual of the motive force, you must supply power with it. Make sure the relay is closed. Check the damper is latched and the supplementary external relay is shut. Unledge the damper. Nothing happens. What?
Let us walk this path to the end.
Close the relay. Go, Pascal.
Knowledge has its limits. Operation successful.
Secular attempts to front the machine spirits may the blind be forgiven for their ignorance.
The divine watches over us.
Leads to the sewers.
The
Distributes
warp site reveals something.
supply of motive force. Disarmatre.
See, right there.
I get it, come on.
The Emperor favors me today.
Would you look at that?
I failed.
Jeli? Ej. Ima li puno šolja? Ma me zezaš ti mene, bre.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Know your
Pay
duty.
attention. Duty prevails.
The burden of failure.
Holy shit, the amount of skill checks in this room.
I shall repent. I rise above hardships.
Enormous humming transformers must be part of a single and much larger mechanism that supplies power to the whole hive. Distribute supply of the motive force.
Oh, come on. Huh, that wasn't so difficult.
Access received.
Oh, the irony.
Access denied.
Ah, damn it.
Access denied.
The whispers told me
Access
how.
received. I guess it needs to say access received only.
The premonition runs true.
It's received. Okay.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully
I'm still
ours.
new to the art of exploring.
Cast your eye there. I better myself through my service.
guides my path to
I woke
glory.
up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling. Never doubt me.
It's the relay.
Oh, the irony. Oh, come on.
There is the correct way how you need to do this. For something to happen. We need to figure out what.
Duty prevails.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Start to there. Rebel soldiers or workers perish under the rock.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Watch the damper, shut off the steam.
The divine watches over us.
Close the relay.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
In order to perform the ritual, of the motive force, you must supply power. Make sure the relay is power on, relay closed. Check the damper is latched. Damper latched. And the supplementary external relay is shut. Relay up. The supply must be correctly distributed, and in no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed. Power the cogitate. What is this? Enter the code found from the note. This. Unledge the damper. Damper needs to be latched. They are latched. If there is unledged, then they're latched. Unlatched.
Let the
Latch.
faith guide
Okay.
my path to glory.
Touch that. Close the relay. Relay closed. We need to close the relay here. Power on, relay closed, damper latched.
Shameful failure. Error. Making adjustments.
Pepe things.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Power on, relay closed, ember latched, relay. What? What else is there?
With each step,
Distribute
forged
supply
my
to the
destiny
motive
among the
force.
stars.
Supply. Close the relay.
Operation successful. My knowledge has its limits.
The game is good. Yes, it is, Janhus, it is.
A machine gun grants me insight. Shameful failure. Error. Making adjustments. It's a shameful failure. My knowledge has its limits. My success is an irrefutable certainty. It's a shameful failure. Error. Making adjustments. Knowledge has its limits.
Anything coming out in November? As far as the game goes.
We
I
are
know it should be
bound by the
only
blood of martyrs.
the last fate, and that's about it. Let me see what's gonna happen here.
Oh, the irony. Huh, that wasn't so difficult.
The motive force will not be able to pass through an open circuit. The cables should be examined and all sacred nodes should be checked. So we got a puzzle. Oh. Ah.
Let us walk this path to the end.
In order to perform the ritual of the motive force, you must supply the power. Power on is the first step. Make sure the relay is closed. Second step. Check that the damper is latched and the supplementary external relay is shut. Damper needs to be latched and the supplementary external relay shut. The relay is closed, but the supplementary relay is shut. Supplementary relay is step number 4. Shut. The supply must be correctly distributed, and in no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed. And in no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed. Power the cogitate. Unleash the damper. They need to be... Unlatch the damper. They need to be latched. Not unlatched. So I'm not even supposed to touch them. This is the power. Yeah.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Unlatch. Unlatch.
You don't frighten me.
Shut up the steam. Did you just receive an injury? Crippled, broke, crippled, here, crippled, there.
Know your duty.
Close the relay. Distribute supply. Close the relay.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Unlatch. Close the relay. No, which one is supplementary? This is supplementary relay. Relay closed. Supplementary relay.
Let us walk this path to the end.
The order.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Oh, run. Relay closed. Distribute. Correct.
Ugh, damn it. Oh, the irony.
Data access received. Access denied.
Over.
Know your duty.
Oh, come on. The whispers told me how.
Access received.
What a shameful failure.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Knowledge has its limits.
The divine watches over us.
The premonition runs true.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
What is the deal with this man?
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Shameful failure. This explorator is blessed.
Let us walk this path to the end.
That wasn't so difficult. Over.
step, I forge my destiny among the stars. Know your duty.
Anyone has any bright ideas about this?
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
The whispers told me how.
The motive force will not be able to pass through an open circuit. The cables should be examined, and all sacred nodes should be checked. Reset supply of the motive force. The circuit is broken. Looks like you will have to start everything from scratch.
The Divine watches over us.
Okay, now it's reset. Let's give it a shot. In order to perform according to motive force, you must. Wow. Make sure that the relay is closed. Check the damper is latched. And the supplementary external relay is shut. The supply must be correctly distributed, and in no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed. Power.
Oh, the irony.
Power.
That wasn't so difficult.
Access received. Latch.
Let us walk this path to the end.
There's the relay.
Operation successful.
Distribute supply. Close the relay.
Knowledge has its limits.
Distribute.
Oh, come on.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Oh, the irony. Ugh, damn it.
Keep getting denied. Dampers are latched. Unlatch. Yep. What's the logic?
Oh, come on.
After all,
Over.
power is on. That's the first step. After the power, make sure the relay is closed.
Know your duty.
Make sure the relay is closed. Close the relay.
Error.
Please close
Making
the relay.
adjustments.
It says it succeeded, and it still closed the relay.
With each
It is
step,
bugged.
I forge my destiny among
After
the
the
stars.
relay is closed, both of them, I guess.
This explorator is blessed with
This
multifunctionality.
succeeded. Close the relay.
Let the faith guide my path to
Close
glory.
the relay. dampers. There's another relay close.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Everything appears to be correct.
Let us walk this path to the end.
After all of those stupid relays, check that the damper is latched and the supplementary external relay is shut. Unlatched, which means they're latched.
Over us.
So it's outside. Unlatched. It's latched. Latch. Okay. Reset supply of motive force. Distribute
We
supply
are
of
bound by
motive
the blood of
force.
martyrs.
The premonition runs true.
Access received. Distribute.
That wasn't so difficult.
Access
We
received.
shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Supply relay should be off. Is this the supply?
Shameful failure.
Know your duty.
Circuit is broke. Turn the power.
Over.
Access received. Save it. Get the relay.
Operation successful.
Everything appears to be correct. Close the relay. Follow the freaking cable.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Should I unlatch the damper? Nothing happens. The next relay.
Divine watches over us.
It's the relay.
Knowledge has its limits.
Uh-huh. Appears to be correct. That's right. Following the cable, see? Okay. We'll do it now. The power is on. Close the relay.
Shameful failure. The machine god grants me insight.
But he needs to succeed.
My success is an irrefutable
Correct.
certainty.
We are bound by the blood of
To
martyrs.
them. Everything appears to be correct. Now where? What?
Let the faith guide my path to glory. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Know your duty.
This explorator is blessed with
The
multifunctionality.
whispers told me how. Huh, that wasn't so difficult.
Aleluja. Aleluja. Ne treba. Tutorial ma? Nije. A? Let me show you a moment. Remote work. My wife may be a pie. Let's see how it is. We know what to do next. Perfectia.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Oh, the irony. Oh, come on. Oh, the irony. Over.
She needs to succeed this. Dobrze. Stvarno je dobro. Probala. Probaj.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
The whispers told me how.
Knowledge has its limits.
Oh, come on. Oh, the irony. Oh, come on. Ah, damn it. The premonition runs true.
No. Dobro je od Hilde. Ko bi rekao.
Let the faith guide my path to glory. The divine watches over us.
The machine god grants the insight.
Know your duty.
Huh, that wasn't so difficult.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Oh, the irony. Over.
Let us walk this path.
You wanna tell me that's the puzzle for the safe, but I already unlocked the safe. Now they don't appear anymore. And you can't reset power. All of this was for the safe. In case you can't pick a lock.
I forge my destiny among the
I think that's what it was. I thought it was gonna open some hidden door or something like that. Basically, you don't need to do a puzzle. Basically. We go to the sewers. Звони телефон neki. А? There is assassin during combat. He needs to be out of enemy's line of sight. If you can consider it sneaking, but basically it's not sneaking, you're just out of line of sight and then you hurt more. And that's the only sneaking element in the game. Everything else, sneaking doesn't exist. It's not like in Red.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
See? Right there.
But even here. The voices belonging to the many residents of the lower levels merge into a single humming noise. Unnerving and oppressive, much like the surrounding catacombs.
I've read about this.
Feel a slight prickling sensation at the back of your head. The barrier between the worlds has grown so thin here that you can feel a breeze coming from the other side.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
My house would be proud of me.
Know your duty.
Grant me the wisdom to perceive.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. With each step, I forge my destiny among the
I
stars.
wonder how the fight is on Unfair.
Pay attention.
Why? Haven't I studied
The
hard
fact that
enough?
the stains on this dirty wall resemble a symbol of some kind, you do not see anything of note.
The divine watches over us.
Pita je toliko dobra da to nije normalno. Tebi? Kako ne?
Let us walk this path to the end. I need to look closer. Know your duty.
Cast your eye there. burden of failure is the most...
Man, if I wasn't doing what I'm doing, my second option would be a cook.
I better myself through my service.
Such is my observance.
Hidden loot on the map.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
A blessed cape. Increases melee attack damage against demon enemies by +2. If you got Imperialis, damage is increased by +4 instead. Oh. We got a lot of items. First, we check gear, then we trigger the fight with the demon.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
So let's begin. We found a heavy leather armor. Cannot be equipped by Abelard. It needs proficiency. Too bad. It's great. I play with Fellowship. This gives armor scaling up from Fellowship and Benevolentia, and I am Benevolentia. We look good. Wait. Melee attack damage against demons. Come on, Pascal. Put some Pascal as well. Logic. Armor against warp. Who needs an air condition? Pascal can somehow profit out of it, but 5% more damage, critical hit chance to single shots and deadeye. Sniper box. Argenta just got crazier. And she is already crazy enough. Dead World Origin Light Flak Arm. Base armor property, parry chance against melee. Plus 5 to agility. Fortress World. +5 to toughness on Abelard, even tankier, 5 to armor against ranged. We got flak as well, it's 35 flat. Not bad. Medium. I can't wait to equip heavy. I'll put on a flak. Send this to Cargill. Send this shit to Cargill. This shit to Cargill. Light 25. What do you got? Holy investment. Medium. Skin. Cargo. You cargo. You cargo. We'll keep this and that. Now, as far as these weapons go, we got a Pyromancer staff with Inferno. And the heroic act Inferno. Unsanctioned Psyker. You need Pyromancy if you want to wield the staff. Flat line fire damage. Plus 10 to freaking willpower. All you need is to learn Pyromancy. Alright, we got better bolter for Argenta. 90-14, arm pen, 15-15. Instead of the unfading valor. We got a sniper. Onidira. I tried sub-carbine in alpha and in beta. I wasn't satisfied with sub-carbine. Even though it says it deals good damage, I'm not a fan of it. So the Cargill. 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 I'm also not a fan of pistols. Now here we got a... Da? Posle, neću se tovari. Cargo. Psychic staff. Already got a psychic staff, yeah. Same one to cargo. Laser. Knives. Batons. Laser guns. Reaper out the pistol. Shotgun.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
I beg your pardon.
You failed.
Give me the power to eradicate
Cassia
thy
War
enemies.
Work has failed. I wanna succeed. So I can actually allocate.
The Divine watches over us.
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough? Showing up
No, you
to
haven't
fight.
studied enough.
How improper.
What is the warp check? I need to check out.
What a shame.
The Emperor is with us.
I think it could be done. Skill checks on unfair are just
Let us walk this path
Bro.
to the end.
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough?
Suffer not the heretic to live.
I'm just curious what is gonna happen when you succeed, nothing else. Come on.
I beg your pardon?
I am but a faithful herald of the righteous wrath.
Gonna be a fun fight though. Try once, twice more. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, we gotta fight.
What a shame.
Admiral observed. Commencing purgation protocol.
Let's try.
You are in the presence of House Orcelio.
What do I expect?
I beg your pardon?
May the blessings of the divine.
Okay, well we got
grant
this
us
Herald
courage
of
and
Zinch. Zinch. Tier 4. And he's gonna play first. I can position Abelard here. Disgusting. Station. Immediate station. Holy! Melton. Jeez. 16. He got them all. Okay, that's why I need to succeed.
So that ill fortune has found you.
He easily gets them all. This is one of the most disgusting fights right now. Because you need those skill checks. You need the stupid warp and Right now, I just don't have it. That thing plays its pain.
Know your duty. Blessed is Von Valencia's bloodline.
Come on!
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough?
Look upon the Emperor's faithful and tremble.
Me? If you insist, Lord.
Shit, okay. You can exploit this.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
It reduces our result as well as all other mostly offensive characteristics on the entire team. And he just dominated everyone here.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. Faith without deeds is worthless. It escapes the Emperor's judgment.
22 of them. 20 freaking 2. There are tougher ones as well. Damn man, it's fucking hard. This fight is hard. Straight up disgusting. Disgusting.
Will do. What? Was that you? Or...
The Emperor commands.
Reduce the dust. At your beck and call.
And so it shall be done. I will not be deterred.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Indeed. I will do my duty.
Shooters.
Scriptural prophecies is vague
navigator, not a servitor.
Great one. Really a great one.
Me? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Too much for me.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. Right to the prayer.
But of course. On it.
Reach the max.
Will do.
And that's
Rejoice in service, and so shall it be done.
Doubt is for the weak.
good job, Argentina.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Victory is imminent. I've suffered worse.
me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Was it you? Or...
Me? Duty demands. I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Running binary override.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
But of course. Will do. On it.
Out.
My place is at the fort. At your beck and call.
Nice. Do me a favor there. Need to stay away from it.
Request approved.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed accustomed to being ordered around.
Was that you? Or...
Me? Insist, Lord Captain.
Faith without deeds is worthless. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Anything is?
Deal with them till it arrives. Should be fine. The fucker had to nuke me out.
Will do.
Blind. That's the dodge. What's that? Werglia. Abelard can clean this. Argenta should be able to clean the rest.
A tactically sound approach.
Does a lot.
Reduce the
How come you can't charge up the stairs?
It will be done. At your beck and call. It's a minor setback.
My vow is to serve. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. Running by narrative override.
That's not Pascal. This is useless.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I know what is to come. Not this riot.
Tried and tested tactics are the best of it. I will do my duty. Indeed. At your beck and call.
I know you got it in you.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Holy Idira! Nice! Give him dodge. That's putting close. Do you move? 35.
I'll do it.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Don't tell me you bugged out. Please don't. I barely won.
My vow is to serve.
Beast.
Disgusting fight.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Hypnotizing pendant. When the wearer suddenly hits with a single shot, the target suffers slowed until the wearer next turn. Single shot on Argent also counts. I think should count.
Join me in prayer.
There you go. Anyway, it's better than in beta, far better than in alpha.
Bound by the blood of martyrs.
It still needs some polish. I would give... I mean, I get it. Herald dominates rebels and then they fight for him. He should be useless. But maybe give him, like... At least for unfair. I wouldn't say health or dodge or armor. Maybe one more ability. so he can actually do something aside from that AoE blast. Just to make it a slightly bit harder than it is right now, but it's fine. Of course, that depends how you position. If I restarted the fight now, I would position them here behind, and I would put Abelard melees around them. And then when Cassia plays, make him go like over here. They trigger attacks of opportunity, and he's already TP'd out even before playing. It can be done. But I guess it's fine.
With
like
each
this.
step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
So all in all, great fight. Even though it's completely optional. And great reward as well. Amulet,
When the
single
faithful
shots
eye
that slow enemies
heresy
down
grows.
is absolutely great. I like it. It's very good. We need to level up. All Chaos Bones have their own personal lore. Go and type what a herald is and you'll see the lore. There is a bunch of lore. I forgot the name of the site. A lot of people are using it, by the way, for Warhammer lore. So far we won everything, eh? There were 3 rough fights, the rest was easy and unfair. So the beta test users that got the keys from me have the same version as me, or will you get the full version access on normal launch day? You will get this version that I'm playing and even enhanced one, more polished version, on a full release. Your beta keys are for a different version of the game. This is 0.10.13D. Once the game is out, you'll probably play like something like 1.1.0. Okay. I don't know how they're gonna mark the version. But you will play a better version than what it is right now. Any more questions before I continue? Have I encountered any bugs? 3 or 4 small, very small bugs. I wouldn't even call them bugs. Nothing is game breaking. It's a very clean game so far. This was the buggiest part, by the way, that you've seen just now with a herald. If you can call it buggy. I believe just needs more polish, but that's about it. Everything else was fine. Will the list be filled with more skills where you see how many you got? Of course it will. Because you got archetypes and then they upgrade and upgrade and upgrade and get more and more abilities along the way. So yeah, of course, we'll have more abilities to use. Plus the weapon abilities and all of this you see here that it's empty. And all of this here that you see that it's empty, all of that will be full with different abilities in combat. So you will have how much? 10, 20, 25 to 30, depends on the class. Different abilities to use. Multiply that with 6 companions. You got like, what? 180 abilities to use during combat in a mega late game. That would be the count. Depends who you take with you, of course. Is the game making my CPU and GPU hot? I'll tell you now. No. A lukewarm PC, and I'm streaming the game as well. On ultra settings. Ultra settings on stream. Ultra settings in the game. And double streams on both Twitch and YouTube. Okay. And it's lukewarm PC. It's optimized well. It's really optimized well. Lukewarm. I can even say cold. I believe it's coded and nothing bad happens because you already are fighting a demon. Now imagine if the warp summons another one. Although it's not a bad idea for Owlcat. Okay, that's not a bad idea for Owlcat on unfair. When you reach that maximum warp, there another one spawns, so you fight two at the same time. I said it would be great for unfair to give him extra ability. Now I believe that you should fight two at the same time. But the second one should spawn once you clear at least 10 to 15 enemies. So like when 5 enemies remain and there is a herald, another one spawns and then the real fight begins. That would be great for unfair. And it's doable. Completely doable. Let's level up.
Heresy grows from idleness.
On this level, we will go with profitable bargains. And of course with fellowship. Easy level. Pascal. Pascal will go with logic. Now this is a good question of what to do, man. Said I want to make him a bounty hunt. Trapper. Perception, intelligence, Pascal. You see how you need to plan ahead. You need to move to the second tier and plan ahead for the first tier what you want to do. So it's logic into perception and intelligence. This time it's perception. We apply. Idira will go with awareness. And a bit of intelligence. Argentina will go. Oh, she's got a talent. Let's see the talent first. Raise the trajectory is absolutely crazy, yo. A guaranteed crit against enemies that you dodged or used cover against. When they hit the cover, you just remember what enemy shot you, and it's a guaranteed crit. Arm pen. Full wounds, ballistic, and movement. Integrity. Fly, I finally got it just to watch my hand. Be right back. Flies in November. Dobro, i ti isto, ti si suzdržana. Ili Dore? Oh! If I surround Argenta with both supports, she's gonna deal more damage to enemies. 5 plus ballistic bonus percentage. $30 30% more damage to enemies already with camaraderie. After 3 different enemies, marksman will gain 10 plus 2 times ballistic bonus, 2 times 25, 50, 60% more damage for their next attack in the current combat. So after 3 enemies, I need to count the 4th one that I shoot will receive 60% more damage from the next attack. Reloading will cost -2 action points less to a minimum of 1. The first reload in combat does not cost action points is extremely important. It is extremely important. Because she swallows ammo on burst. Swallows. There's like 4 or 5 talents right now that are crazy good. And the question is what you take. I like trade the trajectory because it's a guaranteed crit. I love enough bullets for everyone. Camaraderie is great. Taste the pain is great. Rapid reload is kinda a must, so we need to take it. We just have to take it. Because the first reload is free and then it costs -2 action points less. She swallows ammo, it's a bust. Agility got ballistic. Garcia. I got persuasion. I got commerce. She's going to be lore Imperium. Even better, lore warp. We need lore warp as a navigator. Lore warp it is. And what is this now? She needs fellowship. Fly, Lord Warp, fellowship. Lord Warp is 56, needs to be 70, minimum 70. Abelard, it's got a talent. Would be a time for it will not die. Half the character level. Now level 20 it's gonna be 10. Not a time. Doesn't pay off. Perry. Flat. I could opt in for Perry. He does Perry a lot. There are spells that enhance Perry as well. Toughness, damage, deflection against the first attack made by every enemy this combat. Prepare for pain is absolutely crazy good. Let me see on Abelard. Abelard needs dueling mastery, PP. Prepare for pain. Living shield. Open engagement, better on assassin when I better think about it. Assassin. Epicenter of slaughter. That's the fourth talent. 1, 2, 3, 4. And rage. Contempt. 6 talents to take. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll go with Epicenter of Slaughter, see how it's gonna pay off with stacking wounds. And I kinda hated that he can miss with a melee weapon. We're gonna go weapon skill this time. Then it's strength. Then we're gonna see. Off we go.
The divine watches over us.
Fellowship is the equivalent to charisma. There is nothing equivalent with breath, okay? You read abilities and then you see what's for what. Fellowship is there for buffing up allies. That's what Fellowship is, buff up allies. And when you say is it equal to charisma, well, you were using charisma in Wrath of the Righteous for a lot of damage dealing spells as well. Depends on a class, because there's like 100 classes. This is different.
Know your duty.
We need to go to the western bank.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Serve the Emperor in your heart and deeds when you join the ranks of his illustrious army, the Astra Militarum. We are at the start of fight heresies, serve a higher purpose, safeguard humanity's dominion.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Some 10 people, children among them, are huddling together in fear. You see that half of them have black holes where their eyes used to be. Some maintain a gloomy silence, others are veiling. Several armed insurgents are carefully watching over the terrified hostages, snapping every now and then at someone for shaking too much or crying too loud. Come to your senses, Ariel. Look what you've done to your own family. A woman about of 60, grey-haired but still strong, is kneeling before a stocky man with a thick, pure white beard, stretching her arms toward him. Take pity on us, let us go. Stop talking and embrace your redemption. Our children have gained through sight, but you still believe the lie. Upon seeing you, the man points his weapon at you. The other insurgents do the same. Who are you and why are you here? What are you trying to save them from, and who is behind all of this? Aurora's behest. Aurora is a great prophet and a great warrior. Their face is shrouded, but their gaze pierces the veil of time and sees into the future. I always knew the governor's dogs were hiding the truth from us, and now the day has come. The prophet has come to Raikad Minores and opened our eyes. The end of the world is coming, the final dawn, and only those who upset Aurora's truth will survive. His mind and soul are pierced by shards of colorful deception. Hues once twisted by despair and the Imperium influence can never be the same again. Layperson, cognition is not your primary function. You're saving your kin by holding them at gunpoint and believe that burning their eyes will grant them sight. It is evident that the author of the demagogic teaching that confuse you meant to make a mockery of your deplorable intellect. Cast your own children into the troll of heresy, to drown your progeny in this filth with your own hands. Are all of these people your family? All of my adopted and blood children are here. I raised them all as my own. Now I must protect them, help them see. What are you doing to these unfortunates? I'm the chief. My former name Ariel is meaningless now. I'm a father leading his family to deliverance from woes, to salvation. Aurora has opened my eyes to the truth, and my children will see it. Ariel, spare us, spare your children. Requires benevolence. Adherent, we got it. What are you doing is no salvation. Stop taking your fear out on the innocent. It will neither ease your suffering nor rid your fear. You have been torturing your own family in order to save them. You've been blinding them so that they could see the truth. I, rogue trader von Valancius, order you to release the hostages at once. Prepare to die, heretic. We go with benevolence. All I wanted was to save. The man drops his weapon, covers his face with his hands in desperation. You hear several short sobs. There is no washing the blood from your hands, but you could at least let us go, Areld, the ones you haven't mutilated yet. The old man gestures the other insurgents, who lower their weapons, and he shifts his gaze to you, trying to hold back tears. What happened to us now? Your family may go, and so may you, but make sure I do not ever see you again. Imperialis killed the old man. Your family will be taken care of. As for you, I condemn you to death. Imperialis. The old man's body falls to the ground. As soon as the hostages see it, they start moving faster and soon disappear around the bend. Now, how do we stand with Benevolentia, Imperialis, and Hereticus? Let me see. I haven't checked for a long time. No, that's Abelard, you idiot. This is me.
No suffering will make me forget
This
his
is me.
sacred words. Burn the heretic. heretic.
One more. Imperialis, the rogue trader, and their allies gain 10% chance to survive with one wound instead of falling unconscious. That's quite useful. Above the thundering guns, the rogue trader and 2 random allies start combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. Right.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Stay faithful, and you will be.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Does no one have awareness for this? Come on. What are the skill checks?
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Never doubt me.
Chainmail. And a bolt pistol. 2 frags are nice.
Hey, what's that?
Know your duty. Let us walk this path to the end. The Divine watches over us.
Commencing.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Nothing escapes my
With
sight.
each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Duty prevails.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
To perceive.
Over there.
Pay attention. I better myself through my service. The Emperor favors me today. Duty prevails. Never doubt me. I better myself through my service. This task should have been accomplished easily.
Crazy, goddamn. Lots of good changes since beta. Better animations, cutscenes, etc. Compared to alpha and compared to beta. What you get now is a more stable version, or better to say a stable version of the game. Constant frames everywhere. Very few times the frame actually drops, so it's balanced well. Optimized well, excuse me. Cutscenes are there. Voice acting is partially there. There's gonna be more. Combat is better. Combat animations are better. More gear, more items, better placement of those items. More options, of course, in leveling and so on. So everything that you expect out of a CRPG is there.
The Emperor favors me
You can't even
today.
compare it to beta anymore, because this is like 90% finished product, okay? What I'm playing right now.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
It's very close to be done.
See? Right there.
Ancient Terra Monarch. Lore Imperium checks depend on fellowship instead of intelligence. Now that's interesting. I need to carry this with me non-stop. It's gonna scale with fellowship when I have Lore Imperium checks. This is extremely good for skill checks.
The Divine watches over us.
Overall, everything is far better than in beta, as it should be.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Mechanical door leads to lower levels under the door. Is that new?
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
It's this. Is that new? Don't remember this.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Let's see what it is. I can't remember this. What the fuck? No. Place the same. Okay, Bab, get back. Connects to the previous map. I remember it now. Right.
Know your duty. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Solitary young tech priest is offering ceaseless prayers to the machine spirits of the command center.
The Divine watches over us.
Formidable shells for large caliber weapons. Governor Medina. Priest.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
The tall dark-skinned man turns toward you and greets you in current military manner. Faisal Raikadi Ab Medine of Koronus, Governor of the Star System, welcome to my temporary headquarters. Verserian, he knows Abelard. Governor Medine, my greetings. Lady Navigator, one another. Never thought the House of Celia would grace our world with a visit. Only wish I could have received you under different circumstances. House of Celia is grateful for the support we have provided to Europe 5 these many years. Not seeing the convoy I sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find an escort? If that is so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe. Convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor and was personally executed by me. There is an outrage. I will have the personal waiting procedure changed immediately. Slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your Lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there is a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was the head of House von Valancius. I received no word of her demise. How is it that you are now the rogue trader? Our ship was attacked, Theodora was killed, and I claim my inheritance. That is all you need to know. Rogue trader von Valancius, slain, unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences. Your Lordship did not hesitate to let me know how I might be of help. I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack on the ship, and I need material compensation. Of course, Your Lordship, you will be compensated for any losses, and I'll see to it personally that your ship holds are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserves. Profit factor gained too, our first profit factor in the game. Excellent, Your Lordship, our rogue trader has no use for leniency. Abelard approves. I can offer you several thousand fine obedient servants, however I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with insurgency on the planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. The rebel will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming. I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. He and his soldiers valiantly defended the Starport. A sergeant who managed to impress a person of such noble standing will be recommended for decoration. My kinsman, Konrad Wojtyla von Valancius, has betrayed our dynasty and the Imperium. He is hiding in this system. I won't hand him to me. Wojtyla, a traitor. Any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him. Should we find him within my jurisdiction? Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, we have a cogitator here. The command center is connected to data crept from Loges Abelstang. It aggregated all the Lex Mechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something about Konrad movements. Hazard, he fled from you on a ship, not a pair of wings. Where is Heinrichs? Master von Kalox has left for the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium. It's an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery vicinity. I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I already sent a small detachment of reinforcements there. The weapon the insurgents were using to shoot down shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master von Kellogg's, you should go to Cenobium. First to prison, then to Cenobium. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magus Hanuman, officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretic hands. According to the Catechism of Operation and Maintenance, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against lay people and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained magus should provide his assistance. I categorically object. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended by the Omnissiah servants. We lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in the same monastery. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense forces. Medina and Pascal glare at each other, their unyielding gazes like crossed swords. This Magus is part of my retinue. You have no right to give him orders. You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no. The governor voice dies down in the low growl of a drilling mechindrite. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of his nose. Medina clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly. So this is the negotiation technique you've resorted to. Do you think this is the first time we threatened with a weapon? No, but this could be your last. His calm voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implement, steady and calm but ready to explode at a moment's notice with a crunching of bone and a squelching of tearing flesh. I'm heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear? Abundantly so, Magus. It will be my pleasure to assist the Omnissiah servant in reaching the sanctum. Thank you for cooperation, your lordship. The drill stops. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Magus Honeyman, officially undertake to accompany you in the Riot system in the role of bodyguard and to protect you at all costs until your life function cease, but only within the limits of the Riot system. Your Honeyman, glad you're alive. The governor raises his eyebrow and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. Tell me more about the monastery. Cenobion has been run by Adeptus Mechanicus ever since the colony was founded. The sacred reactor guarded by its monks powers the entire planet. I can say no more, it is a forbidden place that I have only been allowed to visit once before. Why not shell the monastery? That is where the insurgents have gathered, or deploy a landing force. Pascal, what is so special about the Cenobium and the relic? What is in there that has drawn the attention of Interrogator of the Inquisition? I've never been there before, but I would presume that the sacred relic of the reactor is capable of great destruction should it end up in a heretic hands. The fury of the freed machine spirits, once released from the sacred circuit, will destroy everything around. The degree of damage inflicted may render the world of Raikat minorities uninhabitable. Heresy must be purged from those blessed halls. I declare any desecrator who defiles the relic's power a category 3 blasphemer deserving of immediate execution. What has perplexed you about my companion's name? According to the reports we received, Logis Abel Honeyman set off for the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find out that you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master Van Cullens. My name is Pascal Honeyman, not Abel. I know nothing about such person. What do you know about this Abel? I never met him in person. The esteemed Logis supervised the work of the Raikat Minoris Lex Mechanics for many years. However, he rarely left his cyber chapel, and I never had the honor of making his acquaintance. A true anchorite. Why did he fly to the monastery? When the Logis of the Adeptus Mechanicus wants to go somewhere, we don't ask why. Where can I get more information on this individual? I would suggest that you inspect the esteemed Logis sanctum. It will be destroyed by the rebels. We recovered several data creps and connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you with some information. That name may have been used as a signal intelligible only to its intended recipient. In that case, its bearer might be Archmagus Somernat, initiating an investigation and data collection procedure. I can hear my friend Snide whispers through the door. Be careful on your search, Magus. If you stare into the shattered mirror for too long, you might see yourself in it. In every shard at once, mending is that much more of a tainted affair than the new reflection is death-like. Anything else I can do on this planet? If you'd like a distraction, a smaller and safer uprising to suppress at your leisure, there's a planetoid in my system called Raikadiphilia, a prison colony. Yvain Winterscale went there, a relative of my suzerain, the great rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, the master of this system, and a dozen others. I imagine the young Lord Winterscale is very eager to prove himself to his distinguished kinsman, and no reason for you not to join him. It's more of a sport for noble lords than a real rebellion. Yvain. One of his distant younger offspring, yeah. It's as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. Yvain Winterscale has made several diplomatic visits to Uruk V on behalf of his father, the Great Regent, who never granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means, no matter what happened on the Planetoid, we must aid the Highborn. Are you so confident that you will crush the insurrections here? The insurgents managed to steal a voxcaster. They've been listening to your people's communications. It's not much, but it's something I will order an audit over our equipment and see to it that our communication channels are more closely monitored going forward. It was only the accidental success of the otherwise disorganized mob of heretics who have no understanding of the art of war. The insurgents talk of a final dawn, the impending demise of the world. Another superstition. The insurgents are using the archenemy artifacts, enchanted lenses, to perform unholy sorcery. Heard about these lenses? What makes you think they're enchanted? Any fool can light a fire with a magnifying glass. That's no sorcery. Scores of crazed people with scorched eyes are stalking the city, idiot. Insurgents are maiming their own. Good. You ought to leave your bunker more often, Governor Medine. I have only recently arrived in the system. I already know much more about the uprising than you do. Alright, perhaps I underestimated the mutiny. Writing off the rebel usual nonsense. However, it does involve corruption and an undergoing cult. It needs to be investigated. I'll assign additional resources to it and take issue seriously. You have my word. That's all. Tech Priest Quartz Crane, whatever. Painfully thin Tech Priest turns sharply towards you. The sudden movement makes his chrome augmetics briefly clank. His grey eyes, set under furrowed brows, almost blend into the pale skin of his face. He levels you with a heavy door step. Identification: Unit Logis Quartz Crane, official trade representative of Explorator Cognizance Fleet. The unit supervises supply routes in the Riot system. Ensures the security of the combat arsenal, performs commercial transactions, and secures mutually beneficial contracts. When the Tech Priest notices Pascal, his eyes widen. His Vox unit immediately lets out a string of screeching binary, a tortuously long train in which the volume rises and falls seemingly at random. When it's finally over, the Omnissiah servant bows his head in deference. Unit Quartz Crane requests permission to transfer information. The rogue trader possesses a supreme degree of power, the potential to influence the current leadership, the ability to restore order in the Riot system. Show me your arsenal. Pascal, what was that? A detailed complaint. I recommend you consider Unit Quartz Crane's request to transfer information. 161074. Thanks for the 5 months. Thanks a lot. All of this is just Act 1. We're on the middle of Act 1. There is prison, there's the monastery, there's the entire map on top of it all, and then there's the final boss in Act 1. So this is the middle. We're gonna play the Act 1 the entire night, and it's a question if I can finish. Plus yesterday 11 hours. There's a lot. I will, thanks. The detailed complaint I recommend you consider. Permission to transfer information granted. What do you wish to tell me? Haphazard and careless decisions on the part of Raikad Minori's governor have led to unacceptable consequences. Communication with Adeptus Mechanicus Sanctum has been lost. Troops must be sent to the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium without delay. Restoring communication with the Tech Priests and ensuring the Sanctum security are our top priorities. You're the head of a rogue trader dynasty. Your position enables you to exert influence and pressure on the subjects on the Imperium. Unit Quartz Crane requests assistance. The actions of Governor Faisal Raikadi of Medina of Koronus must be influenced. Demand that troops be sent to the Holy Monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I observe that this world authorities lack diligence in the performance of their duties. The statement is true. I will discuss it with the governor. Unit Quartz Crane is grateful. Rogue Trader is highly likely to successfully influence the future actions of the local authorities. You're an explorator, aren't you? What are you doing here? Retrieving archive data. Over 70 Terran years ago, the governor of Raikad minorities and authorized representatives of the explorator Cognizance fleet made an agreement. Its goal was mutual benefit through cooperation. Unit Logis Quartz Crane is the fleet's appointed trade agent. The unit is responsible for maintenance of the arsenal and the combat machinery. Blessed are the armorers, for there can be no Imperium without them. Blessed are the valiant warriors, for there is no end to the darkness without them. The Omniscience servants exchange short binary mantras filled with intimidating solemnity. What is the Cognizance fleet doing in the Raikat system? Cognizance fleet presence in the Raikat system is negligible. Its research activities in the system have been concluded. A limited presence is maintained for the purposes of logistical support, fulfillment of vows to maintain the Omniscience creations, spiritual oversight. Do you know anything about a tech priest Abel Honeyman? Unit Quartz Crane has had no previous communications with Unit Abel Honeyman. Memory sector contains other data related to this query. Various resources and data storage devices of interest have been extracted by the standing army of Raikad minorities for preservation purposes. The command center currently hosts a cogitator that was used by Unit Abel Honeyman. Appeal to the cogitator's spirits for further information. Show me your arsenal. Rapid vector tutorial. No need. We have multi-keys by. These are explorators. Time to trade. Analyst helmet. When the wearer kills a target with an exploit. No. Operative helmet. Using a single shot or a dead eye. Nearest enemy immediately gains an exploit. Psychic body glove. The wearer ignores the first crit damage in combat. +3 to Psy rating, dodge if the wearer willpower is more than 40. Great on a Psyker. Great. And frags. Let's trade. Cargo. 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 The rest. What are we gonna trade here? First, let's see how much we give. I'll give him holy gifts. 500 more holy gifts. 1000. Armor kits. And then range weaponry. Melee weaponry. Heretic trophies. Mechanicus creations. All of this is available. We buy all medkits. We get a plasma pistol for Pascal. We're gonna get a modified laser gun, a helmet, armor for a psyker. Now 3, first aid manual. Using any medkits costs -1 action point less, but no less than 0. Too bad I need 13 for the needle ring. A ring weapon that fires a single sliver needle coated with viral toxin. Can only be used once per combat. Armor penetration and you poison enemies. Metronome. If the wearer didn't spend movement points during their turn, they gain +10 to all of their characteristics next turn. Bloody hell, it's 12. There's a modified Volter here. And a heavy armor. Gas clouds. Bracers. Bolt pistol. Should we push on or should we wait? I like the first aid manual here. Let's push on. Ship components. Uniform kits. Fuel. Provisions. Shelliness. Provisions. Polygifts. First aid manual. Gas cloud. Eggs. That's good enough. Yo! Tech Priest Quartz Crane claims you have not been doing enough to ensure the safety of Adeptus Mechanicus Monastery. Of course he does. The Tech Priest is very insistent. I order a squad to be dispatched to the Holy Cenobium of Adeptus Mechanicus. They haven't been heard from yet. This is all I can do under the present circumstances. We got the machine spirit here, and
walk this path to the end.
then we can go to the prison, and then it's the monastery, Heinrichs. Heavy chains, you're still just a height.
No, your
That's the stubborn Cogitator. Cogitator looks a lot older and more worn than the other ones next to it. However, it has evidently been well cared for. Numerous parts have been replaced, not a single key is jammed, and the fresh seals with prayers to the Omnissiah adorn its surface. One of the side panels has been removed. Bundles of gold notch cables run from inside a small data crypt that was connected only a short while ago. Awaiting access code. Tech use, hack the Cogitator. Let's go, Pascal. Oh my god. Pascal, please. You're a tech priest. Magus. You can't deal with a Cogitator.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
You bypass the security layers, the Cogitator is ready to reveal its secrets. Pascal leans forward and runs his fingers over the keys. The Cogitator's screen blinks and responds with strings of unknown characters. I appeal to the machine spirit to open Logisable personal archives as well. It has accepted my request. Result of Logisable data trance. I cannot see the sacred design, but I can sense it shackled in stasis. The minds of the initiated are slumbering in the neural harness of their vows. I'm registering an impulse of change, surmise a potential influence of the stasis of the sacred design. There came a time when the spiral was turned into a circle, but the cycle can be discontinued. The revelation granted by the Omnissiah to Logisable in the course of his data meditation has been recorded verbatim. Logisable is seeking an audience with the Venerable Dar Impulse 6, who may assist in interpreting the revelation. A request has been sent to the Governor Palace for a shuttle flight to the electrodynamic Cenobium. A message has also been sent to the Furibundus. The cycle can be discontinued. I recognize the words. The voice from the box is soft and pensive, barely audible over the static noise. I believe I know the intended recipient of the message in the Furibundus system. It was me. Omnissiah, grant me the wisdom to fathom this mystery. Go to the sacred computation. Upon Logisable orders, the archives of every Ogier station of Raikat minorities and 2 primary satellites of Raikat Star have been queried. Said satellites are named Magus Maruf and Zafire Dakin, after 2 great champions of faith whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite's cores after their shells perished. The purpose of the sacred computation requested by the Logis is to uncover the external influence behind the ongoing insurgency. Computation result positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunction detected, suggesting that the ships moving across the system deliberately blinded the sacred ogre's eyes. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived 2 Raikan minority cycles ago, early in the winter. The most recent one arrived a month ago. Logisable conclusion, the insurrection of the planet had been long in the making, with the participation of external actors. It is alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in the Raikat system. The rumored unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship movements can be attributed to the weapon deliveries, but what is the nature of their activity near Raikadi Filia? Governor Medina attention must be drawn to. The final entry cuts off abruptly, due to the recent observations. The satellite Magus Maruf reports that the ship's signals have been broadcast through the system. The signature is consistent with the records of the flagship of a rogue trader dynasty, House von Valancius. The satellite Zafir the Keen reports that the ship is drifting nearby has hurriedly sped away. The ship had sent an encrypted vox transmission to the insurgent control areas of the surface of the Raikad Manoris. Another transmission was directed to the planetoid Raikadi Filia. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilight. Their contents could not be decrypted. Investigated. Entry contains planet-side coordinates marked as Heavy Ogre Station, jamming, possibly a hidden insertion base. Leave. I believe we're done. We're definitely done. We go to the... We can go back and speak with Pascal, because we got Pascal now. See, he should be voice acted, that should be fun. Return to the voidship, because there is nothing else left. And then to the prison. I can check the gear I took as well. I got some gas grenades now. What do you want? Permission to report. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no tech litany of ritual pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. Tech priests can deal with the vessel systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze, as if in a trance. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. Don't start it, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering. Folk have grown used to all of that, so a resident ghost has decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. The technomats inspected the servitors and concluded they posed no danger. According to the servants of the Omnisaya, such behavior is caused by either by the echoes of mind not completely eliminated or by manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's task considerably more difficult, and High Factotum Yanris Danrock would like to discuss how he should deal with the defective property. He's awaiting your audience on the bridge. First, to the Thunderfang. See if there is a two-handed axe for Pascal. Wars frags. $13, $15, $16. I can get a Reaper's Cape. 12 touch reduction to the melee area attacks. But I can get a blind grenade. They're up pneumo boots as well. What are you? Fellowship of the Void. $4.5K. That's way too much. Boots, blind grenades, Viper cape. That's about it. We need to go to the bridge. Back to the bridge. First, we go to Pascal. Let's see if he's voice acted. Not yet, eh? Wanna know more about your past? Not yet, voice acted. Shit. Every other companion is voice acted. On the bridge conversations, expect Pascal. Okay. Every other. And it is by far the funniest one. So we're gonna do it quickly. And once in a month from now, I start the second run. Then everything's gonna be voice acted. Who said wants to speak with us about Yannick, Yanrick, Yanis, Yanris Denrock, was it? Vigdis informed me about the problem with the servitors. What is it? Have you ever heard the name Fiery Reckoning? I'm afraid it's not immediately familiar to me, your lordship. Allow me a moment. House von Valencius did indeed sign a contract with the owners of a vessel with the designation Fiery Reckoning. There are transactions, records of the ship picking up cargo from Kiava Gamma. This is odd, the data log ends there. Apparently the ship had some interactions with one of the workshops on your industrial world. I beg your pardon, your lordship, but that is the extent of the assistance I can provide in regard to a particular matter. You can hire mercs here. Training. I think it's to reset. We're gonna check it out. Vigdis informed me about the problem. The ship's servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocols, interrupt the tasks, observe crew members for long periods of time, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose. Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of the servitors myself, but I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments pending your decision. Pascal Honeyman expressed the desire to be present during the inspection. Should it be carried out, I suppose the expertise of the esteemed Magus may come in handy. Let's go. Would you like the Engineer Prime to accompany you. Yes, Pascal shall come with me. Well, that's fucking new. It's so bloody new that there's nothing here. Okay, it's gonna be in a month. Don't worry. But that's freaking new. Von Valencia's flagship report of a tech phenomenon that was observed during the Lord Captain visit to Bay from the words of High Factotum Yanris Denruk. When his lordship arrived at the scene, he found the servitors in the same position that they assumed after they had been corralled into the bay, all standing in a long spiraling line facing the center of their strange formation. The moment his lordship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion, all as one, as if obeying a command. The servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. Technomas' task with overseeing the defective units even reached for their weapons, but then the servitors went still just as abruptly, staring at his lordship with vacant eyes. The rogue trader took several steps toward the servitors, gestured for his ensign prime to study the servitors, demanded a report of defective units, ordered that one of the servitors be disassembled and its components investigated, turned to me to announce his decision. Pascal, what's happening? The engineer prime slowly waded into the motionless ranks of the servitors, peering into their faces and checking the readings. There was no haste in Pascal's actions. With mesmerizing diligence, he inspected every single unit in his path, and binaric prayers were his companions in this investigation. The examination confirmed that the Technomat's initial hypothesis, the servitors' souls, or rather the souls of the people they once were, had awakened. Not yet fully conscious of their past and present, these half-machines could nonetheless feel primitive emotions and sensations such as fear and pain. This undesirable consequence of shoddily performed lobotomy is most rarely observed, and yet for some unknown reason it had occurred in every single one of the servitors gathered in the bay. All present held their breath, disturbed by the sight. We waited for the Lord Captain to speak. His lordship took several steps toward the servitors, demanded a report, ordered one of the servitors took several steps toward the servitors. Immediately the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped toward the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked his movements with frightening precision. The rogue trader halted in place and after a moment thought, waved his hand, and the servitor just as synchronously repeated that gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the Technomats, so did the servitors, as if mocking him. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it an incline of the head, a wave of hand, or a step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by the unseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute, until the servitors finally came to stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the rogue trader approached with confidence. The Lord Captain examined the servitors. As High Factotum, it was I who had prompted the entire inspection, and thus it was my duty to follow the Lord Captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed a fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shakingly wide. Their bulging veins were pulsating under the copper collars inscribed with their past offenses. It was as if those mindless half-machines were locked in perpetual state of extreme tension. A visibly shaken technomat behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened within the servitors' bodies after a long slumber deep with their lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used the function properly, and that no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. His gaze still trained on the motionless but animate half-machines and half-people. The Lord Captain, Hereticus, suddenly drew an iridescent blade, and I had seen before, as if following some unheard command, plunged it into the nearest servitor, stepped away. Demand a report. Technomat's long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized in a single key point. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, they were still quite capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore the circumstances did not call for their termination. Ordered, one of the disassembled turned to me to announce his decision. Let's announce the decision. His lordship looked at me with unwavering resolve, and it was That confidence that wrenched me out of the nightmarish stupor that had me tensely observing the scene unfolding before me. The Lord Captain gave the order. Benevolentia, to dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from torment. Imperialis, to send the servitors back to toil, as they had toiled before, for they had not yet paid their dues for the crimes of their past lives and thus did not deserve clemency. To destroy the servitors for what was happening to them could spell horrific heresy. To leave the servitors to their work, for there was nothing in their behavior that the Lord Captain found alarming. Dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from torment. The Lord Captain command was executed post-haste. All defective units were incinerated in furnaces and their remains were expelled into the void. The crew was provided with replacement servitors and soon forgot all about the destroyed unit's peculiarities, yet this incident haunts my memories to this day. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from his mission. That's new. Never seen that one before. My wife doesn't care about me. Leaves me here without a coffee. And without water. To the prison. Yeah, there's a lot of reading in the game indeed. But it's good. Vodu i kafu. Kafu. Komu šalju kafe. What's with Raikad Minoris now? Points of interest. Unidentified voidship. Let's go to the unidentified voidship and then we can go to the prison. Ogres notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit. It's resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hollow, unidentified vessel is severely damaged. Rocks around it shattered by the force of gigantic machine crash landing. The ogres haven't detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel. Send a squad to the planet to explore the void ship. You fail, piece of shit. Troll. Please don't tell me this is the last save. Was I on a bridge? When did I save? Ship bridge. So, where's the time? Let's go. We were on a bridge, it's a good save. The landing party reports via Vox. As soon as they touch down, the colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to the Xenos race called Drukari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak, as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares to disturb its slumber. Abelard suggests finding out what Xenos were doing in the Rykat system, taking head of the seneschal recommendations that Oak Trader orders to send more people to the planet. Anxious, Sidira tells the Lord Captain that voices in her head are screaming, repeating words harbinger, darkness and death, not wanting to tempt the destiny that Oak Trader decides to recall people from the vessel. Argenta eagerly says that the only good Xenos is a dead Xenos. A true servant of the Emperor should soil their hands with Xenos technology. The trader orders that more people be sent to the Xenos voidship to collect any valuable things. Being the God Emperor chosen, the rogue trader won't go digging around Xenos trash. The artifacts of the enemies of humanity should be wiped out from the Koronus Expanse. Let's see what we get out of both. Send more people to the planet. After 2 watches of hard labor, the workers managed to stabilize the Drukhari voidship. The soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who had died when the voidship crashed. The voidship itself, following its abominable nature, came to life, immediately craving to sate its wicked appetite for human death. The vessel systems have reacted to the intruders, and senselessly cruel, deadly traps have been activated on all decks. And now agility check failed. Which agility? From whom do you take agility? From Argenta, and you still failed. Soldiers got massacred. Several curious pieces of xenotech on the sinister voidship, but no data that could shed some light. White. Okay. Uš jebote. Drži ovo. Koka kafa jebote, šta ti bi? And I asked for a big coffee, and this is coffee. All of the coffee, like coffee is like my head, man. That's the coffee. She took it literally when I said a big cup. What we got? Latest. Drukhari Shatter Shard. Drukhari Barbed Needles. Nice and easy. I wanna see all options. Let's see what they did. That's a coffee, man. That's a coffee. Before that, she brought me coffee in this. This was my previous cup. Skal is willing to go through the telemetry data. Damage taken 3. Agility check failed again. Yeah! Agility check succeeded. Items received. Assortment of Drukhari Barbed Needles. Drukhari Shatter Shards. Piercing Splinter Cannon. Nah, you see. See that shit, man. Need a Drukhari weapon proficiency though. 35 armor penetration exotic weapon. Two-handed ranged. But it's hard checks. Very hard checks. At least on unfair, they're hard. Or if I listen to you, Dira. Stay behind the towering rocks or I cut my noise. Nothing if you listen to Idira. You just back off and that's it. It seems like Abelard was the smartest one in this case. There is that option where you can nuke out the ship as well. But better to take the loot. You're gonna need it for later. The only good Xenos is a dead Xenos. Fires a salvo. The holy flame, blessed by the Emperor himself, has melted away the abominable voidship once and for all. There, you gain nothing. It seems like the best thing is to succeed the first one and then Abelard with Argenta's agility check is the best option. In this case. The best scenario. Success into all of this. Best scenario, by far. Say. We checked it all. Now we go to the prison. And then we're back to the Raikat Minores, finish with the Monastery. And... bloody hell, I leveled up again. Really? When did I level up? I did. Oh, level 10. We pick a talent. I can give Abelard toughness when I give him damage. Heals. Corpus conversion stack. Two times its large psi rating for the next spell, and will not trigger psychic phenomena. I said I needed a commanding voice yesterday. CM, CV. I see as well. That's their ult is. I need a commanding voice. I just need it. There is no other way. I want to reach further. Grab some willpower. I can say the same about Cassia as well, so she can reach further. Took everything I wanted down there. This would be fellowship. He did. Visions of Doom is absolutely great. Reduce enemy dodge and parry. Target is also great. And weak body, weak soul. The one I took, Visions of Doom, remove dodge and parry, -5 penalty until the end of combat. A stacking. Lore. Logic. Doesn't allow. Awareness doesn't allow. Warp is on Cassia. Xenos Imperium. Medic. I'll go with Xenos. Argenta. Oh. An ability. The last ability. And I get typic 4. Dash is useful, but I am giving her dash. She has run and gun as well. This can get you out of attacks of opportunity, the other one doesn't. What is the dash buff? Dash buff. Dash buff. Troll. Run and gun when used after ready go. Grants additional agility movement. Dash does not end the marksman movement for the turn. Enemies close to the starting point of dash will consider the marksman their lowest priority target during their next turn. Lowest priority target. Marksman gives a sign they're about... Nah. Immediately spend all their action points, movement points, gain 30% bonus to cover efficiency, and the next time you recover all movement points and action points, and it resets the cooldown of other abilities except for running gun. Concentrated fire is not for a bolter. We already figured that out yesterday. This is if you decide to play a marksman with some different weapon. It's either ready go or dash. One out of those two. Ready go or dash. What is an upgrade for ready go, and then I'll know. It even rhymes. The next use of a run and gun when used after ready go grants additional agility movement. Trace the trajectory is also brutal. It's gonna be dash into awareness. Yeah, definitely into awareness. Abelard. Should be a taunt. Scream at the enemies, make him a priority target. Taunting Scream, nothing to think about. We're gonna have Abelard as a taunter with a priority target, with a sworn enemy, with Endure, with a stacking wounds, and then as a Vanguard, again a taunt, and a protector. Taunting Scream it is. And a free grenade would be nice to take now, because I don't need anything else, basically. Heavy weapons deal 2 damage and ignore deflection. It will not die, it's great. That's gonna be 45 HP instead of a 40. Having dodge on him doesn't matter that much. Swift movements, you need those extra movement points. And you need parry. I picked grenades. We're gonna go with parry. We're gonna go with parry. This time. But I need a weapon skill as well. Weapon skill will overcome dodge, and then it's gonna scale with weapon skill instead with the dodge. But later on. Although I won't receive benefits now out of it. And here I got a free grenade. A free grenade, a parry, or 2 movement points. That's what I can do right now. I haven't tried respec, we can check it out as well. I haven't tried. Just to see how it works. I won't respec anyone, they're good. All of them are brilliant. I'll pop in with a grenade. I mean, it's a free grenade. Why not? Pascal. Pascal says IE instant exposure, fresh target, weak body, weak soul. Expose weakness will also reduce enemy's toughness and willpower for a round. And go with logic. Pascal is know-it-all, so skill checks are great on him. What did I say? We can check how respec works, if it even works. My retinue and I are in need of training. I will show you our sparing chambers at once. You can even respec a ship, man, and Animosi Travisi. Are you sure you want to reset all progress in the selected archetypes? Yeah, it resets it, that's alright. Okay. Very simple. You do it on a bridge whenever you want. But I think it's gonna cost. To the prison. Off we go. And then it's the monastery. Look, when you say move points are better than something else and so on. Yeah, but everything is important. Okay, you get to pick between 20 great talents. Everything is great, no matter what you pick. I'm just trying to pick the best ones for unfair.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Pilot Raquel, the pale young woman, looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief. Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Saint Steed, I thought you'd never come. Abelard, teach this Riff Prep the proper way of addressing her sovereign. Officer, the person before you. And blah 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 blah. Captain Raquel Vicari, servant of House Winterscale and the pilot of the shuttle. Honored to be greeting his lordship on Valancius. What happened? There's been a prison riot on the Planetoid. It's been led by the prison warden himself, the Honorable Anatagon Castilla. He's allied himself with a rebel that he himself was supposed to watch, and declared Raikadiphilia to be independent of the authority of the system lawful governor. I came here as a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Yvain Winterscale, son of Caligos Winterscale, rogue trader, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant over the enemies of humanity. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally so he could put an end to his lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead. I've been able to contact them over wax for a very long time now. Tell me about the Planetoid. The only settlement on Raikadiphilia is a penal colony. Prisoners work in the mines and are doing quarries. They mine sulfur, serum dust and sand, which is then melted down. The warden himself is spearheading the riot. Yes, no one expected this. Master Castilla is a nobleman from a respected governor house and a vassal to House Winterscale. All of a sudden he proclaimed that Raikadiphilia was now his personal domain, that the prisoners were his subjects, that he would never bow to anyone again. Pure heresy. And I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel. What kind of madman would start a revolt on a barren rock? Why would young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents? A personal matter. Master Castilla, the seditious warden, is Lord Yvain's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news set on him greatly, and so he rushed here without delay, in hopes of bringing his old friend to his senses. The first Winterscale in my memory who prefers to talk with first rather than shoot and slash. Young Lord Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he is alive and well. Theobald executed his wife and only son on the mere suspicion of treason against House Arcelio. So why did the noble Yvain rush to save someone who had betrayed his house? The bonds of friendship give one the right to make the inexcusable mistakes. Is the prison riot connected to the planetary rebellion? It seems more likely that Warden Castilla learned about the rebellion on Raikad minorities and decided to use the situation to his advantage. I can't say for certain. No one can. Governor Medina has always preferred to shoot rebels rather than inquire about their motives and connections. Is Heinrichs here? He's not. Is there anything else I should know? Some of the rebels hold up in a barracks. I don't know how many. Take caution. If I may have a minute. A personal matter. Officer by the name of Jaspar. I met Jaspar at the starport and saved his life. I expect some show of gratitude. You may name your firstborn after me or whatever it is that commoners do to thank their heroes. You need not worry, Jaspar is alive. She bows, you can tell by the desperation in her eyes. She is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off this planetoid.
reclaim what
see
is
that?
rightfully ours.
Never doubt me.
Guard post been vacant. To the barracks. That's why it's multi-stream, guys. You can watch where you want to, whether it's YouTube or Twitch, what you prefer more.
Cast your eye there. Nothing escapes my sight.
It means of meal until lavish for even a hive. Simple names.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. Should have
Hey,
been
come
accomplished.
on, you Well, it's the best, absolutely the best whole world that you can take for the warrior. Is the death world. Okay. And then is the forge world for a tank. Now, for the assassin, if you go with intelligence scaling assassin for crits, then you can go with forge world. I think it was locomotion or something like that, I forgot.
Divine watches over us.
But the best one for the warrior is the death world. The first one.
Searching is my observance.
I'm restless. Blessed be the road that we take. I better myself through my
We are
service.
bound by the blood of martyrs.
By the time the game is out, I will give around
Let us
100
walk
options
this
for
path to
builds
the end.
on my YouTube channel. And you pick which one you like the most. And I won't spoil, by the way.
I am at your service.
You can pick whatever
Emperor
talents you
sets
like in
my
the
path.
order you like. I just give what's the best. And then you pick the order.
The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment. Duty prevails.
Not important, the diary.
Grovel before the faithful.
I will take you down.
Nimble prisoner 67 HP. And I've been ambushed. That's a mess.
Deliver us!
Like, come on, I just started, you fucking received 2 injuries, you piece of shit. Anyone that touches you on unfair, it's injury.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. The Emperor favors me today.
Bloody hell.
Sometimes I
You
forge my
consult the
destiny
appropriate treaties
among the
on Tactica
stars.
Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
The impure cannot escape their fate.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Yes, you were. Legend.
in hand.
For real. Like, for real! Where am I supposed to stand, man, with these stupid frags? How far can you throw that shit?
I'm restless. I'd better myself through my service.
Know your duty.
Look no further. Whatever you wish. Run, fools! Or fall! Just a minor setback. I've suffered worse.
The divine watches
The
over
Emperor
us.
sets my path. The light of terror shines for us.
What advice do you seek? Marching on.
There is no way someone needs to end up with the injury here. It's like
Crawl before the
unavoidable.
faithful. Cross the
Unavoidable. Oh, I avoided it. Finally.
Guided by faith.
Argenta time.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
The one with a vest has a grenade. Let's try attack of opportunity.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Holy shit.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
52 grenadier. $52.
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
And one more kill on Argenta.
If I may.
My ears are ringing.
Come on, enough.
Pain and
Fucking
duty
enough.
go hand in
Fresh
hand.
injury.
It will be done.
Victory is imminent. Actions will speak louder than words. Indeed. At your beck and call. And so shall it be done. My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
Anything else? But of course.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
One second.
Request approved.
Potato damage.
You attack.
60 motherfuckers, 60.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act. Hate it. Doubt is for the weak.
And what this game needs as well, it needs Overwatch.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Way too fucking funny with this.
I am a navigator, not a hero painted black.
Laser. Give him additional parry for the grenade, just without fucking trauma. Okay, okay with injury. Let it be fresh. I don't care. Just without trauma.
Follow my lead.
I can't charge.
I'd rather not. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Okay,
No
Berserk
matter the
mod.
cost.
Let's, if you wanna like that, fine. Grenadier must fall.
Took care of this one.
There we go. A bunch of stuff to loot. I need to eat. My wife prepared dinner. 5-10 minutes pause stops, and then we play the entire night. So, short pause. I've been playing 5 hours without a break. Be right back. Second. Let's move on. Need to loot this. Let's see what we got. Garbage. Grenade.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Inspect the poster.
The whispers told me how.
Tear up the poster and examine the wall behind it. Oh. An improved auto pistol.
Let us walk this path to the end. Know your duty.
Error. Making adjustments.
Doesn't open it with a multi-key, what he opens the door without a multi-key.
The machine gun grants the insight.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
I didn't?
Symbol before you bears a familiar scent. Dark forces of chaos. That's a prison guard key.
The divine watches over us.
It's a shameful failure. Operation
Playing the throne, normal looking faces. So we're going to die here with these nutters. Don't shoot us, your nobleness. This is a welcome change. Talking before shooting. I came across a voidship in the system belonging to your associates. They told me some interesting things about you and your planned escape. Now that's out of the bag. Our fellows were supposed to come and get us a long time ago, but they got tied up somewhere. Void cracking gullets with them. And all this time we had to wait. This happened. Pardon me for typing to pull the Saint wool over you. It's just that we want nothing to do with this whole warden nonsense. Will you let us go? Sure, no problem. Today you'll tell us a little lie. Tomorrow you stick a torpedo in our side from that ship of yours. If it doesn't fall apart the moment our helmsman sneezes in its general direction. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. We run as quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot. We want to wait until everything blows over and we can go back to our cells and quietly do the rest of our time. Does the fact that this serf is presently confined and therefore has previously betrayed the trust of Imperium servants needs to be vocalized? Or is it evident to the late persons uninitiated in the sacred mysteries of logic? A repentant, honest heretic. How novel. The low-born speech is mottled with colors that conceal his true, darker hues. This old man has a long history of lies and he's using his wiles on us as well. But I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his words. If I spare you, what do I gain out of it? I don't tell you we're on Footfall Station, you know football, the only shipyard in the Koronus Expanse. Where on Football you can find some very serious business-minded people. Or you can get yourself a very special discount. What kind? The most serious kind, your nobles. Fellowship of the Void. The largest pirate alliance in the Expanse. There is no leader, but there are some terribly serious captains who decided that cutting each other's throats over loot was what we call counterproductive. Cutting throats together, now that's anti-counterproductive. Tell me more about the warden. He was a crackpot from the start. Previous warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, punch in the jumpers from the guards, work again. The new one. Do you know what his first decree was? He introduced lunches and dinners. By the 9 devils, that's 3 meals a day. The man was obviously starting mad. It only went downhill from there. The guards quit it with the teeth punching. The warden forbade them. Instead, the overseer started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry or swinging their pickaxes harder or whatnot. And then, would you believe it, they put together a list of best workers. Moved his chambers to live in the quarry. Remember the footfall, there's a district, the Shadow Quarters. Shader Quarter, there's a bar. Speak with Ryza. Tell her Grandpa Backwall says hello. And she's give you a discount. Hereticus, you may go. Benevolence, I shall not leave you here to die at the hands of the Warden Hinkman. Go tell my paladin that is the Lord's Captain order that you be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew. You have my personal pardon as a rogue trader. We go with Benevolence.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Shh.
Duty prevails. Pay attention.
Staff. Oh, hammer. Knock enemies back.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Main level. This leads to the main level as well.
Let us walk this path to end.
Build a bridge. Oh, is it bugged?
Should I divine our next step?
That ain't good. That really ain't good. But we can go through here. Thank God there are two ways.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
So we can open it from here. From there? Okay.
The Divine watches over us.
Corpse in a uniform winter scale.
Know your duty.
Where's winter scale? Endure removes burn, poison, and bleed. melee area attacks, dodge reduction. First aid manual. Target with exploit. Singular a dead eye shot, the nearest enemy immediately gains 1 exploit. Hit chance critical. Bonus to willpower, lore ward. Take damage. Charge ability costs -1 action point less. Okay. Plasma. Do we have plasma? Plasma pistol. Boom. That's it. Two-handed axe, chain, and the other one is power.
Operation successful.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
This slightly changed from the beta, that it was a bigger arena, now it's a smaller arena. Interesting. Aurora is different. She spoke to me like no one ever had before. Revealed the truth to me. Now I can reveal it to you if you just stop struggling for 1 minute. We have guests from One Balance your ship out of rage. Even my dear will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg of you. It's important to feel everything, including your other eye. As the warden is speaking, a strange sensation draws your attention toward the ground, specifically an open pit in the loose dirt. A single word spontaneously surfaces in your mind: cradle. The pit itself does not appear to be much of an interest, but at some point it housed something of great importance, something faintly familiar to you. The warden's words are suddenly drowned out by a chorus of voices in your head. The entity that still dwells in the recesses of your mind rejoices in a cacophony of cries. This place, it holds great significance for the end. In the frantic chanting of the voices, you can almost make out the words that speak of an ancient grave, one that was opened, for it contained a priceless treasure, the most coveted prize that was retrieved by the faithful after a centuries-long search. Such a dreadful shades, the colors of this place, they're putrescent to the core, and these people, their colors are oozing with madness and despair, pain and doom. Bet there is something special about it, is there not? An item of value was once buried there. Tell me, Warden, what was the item and who took it from here? You're too late, enemy of the truth. This Bastion has already fulfilled its great purpose. You will never find the trail of the reclaimed relic that now rests in the hands of the devout. Who is Aurora? You managed to barge in here, interfere with the prophetess' design without even knowing who she is. It's too late now. You will never attain sight. All you can do is accept your fate. And I don't like it when people take the prophetess Aurora name in vain. I desire your death, enemy of the truth. The time for words has passed. Ultimates give their power to the harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth or become awash in blood.
The impure cannot escape their fate.
Warden Castilian.
Show them no mercy.
And the awoken prisoners. And the sniper up there. We need to break unholy lances. That's the first thing. And then we'll see later. That one is the furthest. You better go like this.
Anything is. Will do. Anything else?
Oh, they're taking out Lancius. Great. Cripple leg already.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? if I may? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
On it.
Running binaric override.
Nice. That's what you get out of plasma.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
Can I whack the lads?
I'm not interested.
Why can't I whack the lands?
I will do my duty.
Freaking hell, you can only shoot, you can't use melee on a lance.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Your end is nigh. The Emperor commands. I will not be deterred.
Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated.
Rejoice in service.
Pain cleanses the body.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
there, so analyze. I can one-shot him if I want, but he's gonna survive.
I'd rather not.
What the hell, you can't hit it with a melee.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
As the Emperor commands, I act. It's why I was chosen.
High momentum.
I am his will made manifest. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak.
Shouldn't.
And so shall it be done. Actions will speak louder than words.
What? Was that you? Or... anything else?
I need to bring this shit down.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I will not.
If I may.
Request approved. My vow is to serve.
My place is at the fore. At your beck and call.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Now you can die.
The Emperor commands.
Rejoice in battle.
I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens.
Jel ti lupaš ili ne? Sigurna?
and so it shall be done. Rejoice in service.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Garcia, and that's it.
But of course.
Look at this moron. Get down. Get your ass down.
Accustomed to being ordered around.
Yeah, I resisted. Shit. No one can reach. Look at him.
Running binary compromised. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Elaine Winterscale of Koronus, greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Urak 5, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I was delighted still to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening, twisted from the pain and bitterness. We must help Lord Captain, we must save the clarity of his soul. For he whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. Lady Cassia, I presume the sacred child of House of Celia. How disgraceful it is that on the day we finally meet, I find myself not at my best. There is no disgrace in your predicament. The Lord Captain and I met under similarly dreadful and tragic circumstances. What have I done to you? The warden, I'm afraid, I tried to convince you to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Mother hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try. Just to open the door. 1 second. Take something, be right back fast. Già no, il prezzo di ti è partito bene. Šta bre meni? Nije moj meni. A odakle si uzela? Au! Ej, drži telefon. Conserve your strength, you're wounded and you need help. Tortured, maimed. Have you ever had your eyes burned out? This was my first time, I cannot say I recommend the procedure. I will see that the assistant is provided to you and that you're escorted from here. So, what I noticed from beta and from this version right now. If you go to the prison first, nothing happens to Winter Scale. I went to Cassia, to Uruk 5, then I went to Minoris, and then I went to prison. Now, you can also go to prison first. I wonder what's gonna happen to Heinrichs. I guess nothing, he is a companion, so you can go for Heinrichs the last. Regime, good evening, Regime, and say hello to your son from me. Do I like the combat in this or XCOM more? I can't compare them. They're only turn-based, they're not even the same genre, not the same games.
We shall reclaim what is
I like
rightfully
combat
ours.
here more because you have more variety. XCOM is like, no matter if it's XCOM 1 and 2, it's usually 1-2 skills in Overwatch in 90% of time. Throw occasional frag and that's it.
Let us walk this
You can't even compare them.
With each step, I
Now we go to
forge
the
my
Monastery.
destiny among the stars.
For Heinrichs. Noble sword out of Castilla. Attacks with the sword cost +1 action point. It inflicts disturbed on hit. Scales with willpower. Brate, ne mogu. Ne mogu. Pogledaj ti to toliko buzdovan, znači. Look what my wife wants me to eat right now after I had lunch. A freaking pancake out of 10 kilograms. Daj bre, ko ću ovo da jedem.
Malo, aj.
Drži ovo. The weapon is good on me. I'm not a fan of sugar, basically. I rarely eat sugar. No, she's got her own. This is only for me. She's got her own. You can't even imagine how much we are able to eat. Yeah, this is hers. Yeah. This is hers. With coconuts.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Yvain lost his eyes, shaking over there. That's what happens if you're late. Can you do? You can do about it.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Hey. Let's check. Maybe you can talk with him. Let's check. Maybe. I don't know. If he's even here. I don't see him. Investigate Adeptus Mechanicus Monastery. Get to the monastery. I number not in the monastery. I got my notice after the monastery. Everything leads to the monastery. And then it's the Chaos Marine. Although monastery is huge. There is the bunker. There is Cenobium. What is the bunker? Let's visit the bunker. Before the monastery. Ooh. No man, it's a classic pancake. bunker. Pray to the monastery. Nothing here for us. Zenobium. Reach the reactor. Držiu. Šta? Ovo imaš pola.
Know your duty.
That wasn't so difficult.
Seeing guards. The governor sent you 8.
The strain has taken its toll.
The Divine watches over us. Accomplished.
Fact. The pieces are molten at the edges. The statue was destroyed with fire from a multi-laser turret of the type that is mounted on the landing force shuttles.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Come on, Abelard. You got one job.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. The burden of failure.
It's not that big. Inside, there's a lot of things to do with Hydrex.
Who thought that was a good idea? Experience. Nothing matters more.
Know your duty. The strain has taken its toll. The burden of failure.
Jesus Christ with skill checks, man.
The duty prevails. Burden of failure.
No, that's fucking enough. That's fucking enough.
Divine watches over us.
Jesus Christ. organized as the Monastery. I can load for skill checks to see what it does. Okay, so I get to know the game better, but I usually don't load during combat. If I fail, it's the entire combat again.
Let us walk this path to the end.
It puts more pressure during combat to make the right choices.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Oh. Heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. They never had time to reach for their weapons.
We shall reclaim what is
Heinrichs
rightfully
cleared them
ours.
out ruthlessly. A merciful, quick electric shock was not what killed the cultist. His face is contorted in pain as he was tortured.
We are bound.
Heinrichs tortured heretics. No wounds on a heretic body. His face is contorted in terror. His eyes are bloodshot from the ruptured vessels. Heinrich slaughtered everyone on the map.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last electro priest you killed, where did you find?
Burn in the fire of dawn! Servant of the cop!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
The tall man sizes you up with a quick glance of supernatural chill. He's making air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A forged sword and a wax hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. The Emperor protects. And in this we must be like him. My greetings to you, fellow servant of the Master of Mankind. I'm Interrogator Heinrich von Kalox of the Imperial Inquisition, esteemed Ordo Xenos, with whom I have the pleasure of speaking. Shadow, a great big sun eclipsing chain weaving shadow. I can see the threads, myriads of them extending towards the soul, and all of them creeping off toward him like snakes, shrouding us in poison. My oh my, do I sense trouble, and it's right in my throat. It itches. She doesn't like Heinrichs at all. A psyker, interesting, and a diviner at that, even more interesting. Are you sanctioned? Don't you Inquisition me? I'm under rogue trader protection. Idira is a member of my personal retinue. Is under my protection. Interrogator rests his intent gaze on Idira for another moment before shifting it to you. Your retinue, you say? Then let's go back to my previous question. With whom do I have the honor of speaking? Rogue trader. Von Valancius. The best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances? He watches your expression closely. Theodora is dead, slain in the battle by the enemies of humanity. The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of rogue trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah? What did you do to the corpse? Convinced him to cooperate? I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins. I'm here to collect you, under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I'm to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship. Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I'm requisitioning you and your retinue for my task. Requisitioning. Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You're addressing a rogue trader. I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody. To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars. You're familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alastar the Redeemer? Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator of Serial. It's a great honor. I came to Rykard minorities on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that the malcontents formed among the rebel were the instigators. I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the final dawn and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source, control circuit, and trigger a process that once started cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much doubted final dawn. Blasphemous insanity. The tech priest's visor flashes and turns a bloody scarlet. A soft hum of some activating systems is heard from under his robe. As Heinrich von Kalloch speaks, you suddenly notice that the way he's looking at you, with his eyes slightly narrowed as he is peering into your soul. A soul that is touched by the gift of sorcery. The change in your expression does not escape the interrogator's notice, and you see the corner of his mouth twitch. He must have instantly recognized the fellow psyker. And what were you doing at the monastery precisely? Arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers are requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now. Let's go. Regrettably, the governor's people show themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. The interrogator glances at the limp body clad in the colors of the governor's wardens and sighs briefly. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope the rogue trader retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. Čo loviš? Ti nije glasno. Ja ga čujem do školku. Ne mogu. I am positive that not all of the electro priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. Surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in a hole near a machine known as the circular cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics with electro priest street with special pipe. Now the painful part starts. The more companions you got, the harder it is to assemble a party. Idira, I made her useful. Very, very useful. But Idira has to go. Gleam of the final dawn. We got Heinrich von Kalloch. Let's see what they made out of Heinrich.
Always.
They gave him coercion, Into the Endure. He's got a charge. He's got a daring breach. Agility based warrior. Assassin. Defensive maneuvers, agility, dodge. Heinrichs is Imperialis, of course. Biomancer, same as me. Willpower, agility, advancements. Military tradition. He's got a Drukhari weapon proficiency. Interesting. Can easily use Drukhari weapons and melts. And he's also melee. Imperial, Sanctioned Psyker, Biomancer, Moment of Triumph, Darkest Hour. Agent of the Golden Throne. Orthodox Xenos Inquisitor. Additional psi rating damage on a force sword. For staff. Siphon life. We don't want any dodge penalty on him. That's the first thing about Heinrichs. No freaking dodge penalties. Increases melee against demons. He's Orthodox Xenos. Oh, it's a brilliant cape. When the warrior kills a target with an exploit. Lord Imperium. Depends on fellowship. The kills. Self-Reza. All types. What we put in a... Hey, let's do it like that. Then let's level up Heinrichs. Remember, prepare him to be an assassin.
Nothing.
Elusive assassin. All of the psychic attacks, including damaging psychic powers, now poison enemies. The poison deals 4 times psi rating. This agility bonus, critical hit chance on less than 50% wounds on unrage. We need it. Agility. He's got endure. Slice with agility bonus charges for the round. Slice cannot be used in the same round as charge. Warrior dashes through an enemy to the cell on the enemy opposite side, makes a melee attack with 50% reduced damage, can be applied only once for 1 target per round, does not provoke attack of opportunity. The warrior next melee scales up from strength, armor penetration, weapon skill, and strength. Sworn scales out of toughness and strength. Restores wounds to target. Within the area, psi rating penalty to strength and agility. We go with healing. You know, I was speaking about it and I really believe it. On a full release, Alket. He's a Xeno Inquisitor. And he's got only 30 into Lord Xenos. This should be flat 60 from the start. He's supposed to know Xenos. Or I'm reading this wrong. Agent of the Golden Throne, Interrogator of Ordog Xenos. He's Interrogator of Ordog Xenos. And he's got 30 Lord Xenos. Should be 60. What's even worse, you can't even learn the Lord Xenos. It's not allowed. Rage. Agility. Invigorate. Carouse. weapon. Force weapon attacks will deal Psi rating more damage and have +5 multiplied Psi rating, more armor penetration. Blade of Light is the way to go. Because he is going to use force weapons. And I believe his sword is a force as well. We stick with Karaos. Here we're gonna take poison. All of the psyker attacks will deal poison. For the ulti upgrade, the movement. Charge will give additional agility percentage bonus to dodge for a round after the usage, and it doesn't interrupt movement points when you use charge with a rigorous training. We are to make an assassin, he needs to be mobile. Now we can go with a weapon skill. Until the end of combat, targets within the area suffer -5 +3 + Psi rating penalty to strength and agility. +3 to Psi rating percentage increase to all incoming damage with enfeeble. Again, I don't need anything of this. Maybe Sworn. +10 on toughness. 2 times 10, 20% armor. And then it's the strength that he doesn't have on melee attacks against the target. He doesn't profit out of it, and that's about it. He doesn't profit out of anything here. Everything scales with fucking strength. He came up with 30 strength. Nothing, like absolutely nothing. The only thing he profits off from is breakthrough. And I wouldn't go for the breakthrough. Because then I can use charge. And I'll manage with positioning without a breakthrough. Which means we're gonna debuff. And the less talent would be Psi rating 1 to scale better. And that would be Xenos Inquisitor without Lord Xenos. Preparing him to become an assassin, but again, I believe he needs Lord Xenos. Not carouse that much, but that's recommended. Like, it was the biggest out of everything. He really needs Lord Xenos. Inquisitor, interrogator of Lord of Xenos doesn't know a fucking thing about Xenos. That's like a baker that doesn't know how to make bread. Man, it should be 100. So, patient, save, and let's move. We're at Heinrichs now.
Know your duty.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the
Symbol
stars.
for the Omnissiah inscribed on the wall with grooves of electric discharges fanning out from it like a river. A charge staff, lightning arc, 10 to willpower, and a leather armor. Medium base armor property against humans.
The divine.
Shall we go straight into a trap? Straight into ambush. Right? If it's still there, of course, if they don't change it. I doubt they changed it though. We open up with the ambush. The wire junctions are often marked with a symbol of a key that appears to connect two lines. First, we offer the perma buff. Right over
Let
here.
us walk this path to the end.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
Stop. There.
The melodies of machine spirits and the ways of
Let the
diagnostic
faith
divination.
guide my path to glory.
Yeah, there is co-op as well. Yeah. Mummified Electro Priest. A tech priest's body rests on a metal table, surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. A patina of sacred unguence covers his withered flesh. His augmetics have been polished with great care. Intricate electives cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wires envelop his head. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of his mechandrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of Fabricator General Petrovar's maxim. Death does not end the service of a spirit driven. Examine the body. The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. This ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming. His mind, enveloped in digital reverie, can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while his frail body is decaying. This sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Such purity of color, I've never seen anything like it. Deep tranquility shrouded in a cool white cloud. Such unity of thought and spirit, the dead are incapable of executing such hues. Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There is no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The wax on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn binaric area that turns into crackling, somnolent voice. In this dark hour, I'm ready to bring you good tidings, tech brethren. And I respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. The second galvanic hymn is a revered and miraculous prayer for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Naturally, you know it very well. Let us praise that wind charges the body electric and the Omniscience who lights the spark of reason within us. Let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds toward his light. Let it be so indeed. Who or what are you? Praetor, Electroid, Dar Impulse II, by the will of the Omniscience, the prior of this monastery and the guardian of the miraculous fusion reactor, now and ever, world without end. Here in the cell of mine I've conquered death, and my mind has soared toward the Omniscience in the blessed data dream. My body is decaying, but my spirit will remain by my master's side. For I'm the sacred sentinel of the code, the guardian of the sacred relic, and the eye that watches over the rite of operation. Tell me what your data dream is like. I'm one with a motive force, and it opens my mind to the sacred impulses of knowledge. My reason has become as fast as flying electron in a ray of light, and time is no more for me, for I'm eternal. In my binaric reverie, I comprehend the wisdom of the machine god and share it with the humble priests who come to my cell, thirsting for my knowledge. Monastery is under attack by heretics, can you help us? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily. For it is said in the 4th article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have sedacious designs on the relic, but should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? I may not be a member of your brotherhood, but you and I are of the same faith. The statement is true. The 1st article of security says, fear above all evils, the defilement of knowledge, and its command outweighs the prohibition contained in the 6th article of security. Let knowledge be locked away from the ignorant. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the multi-force. And we got blessing of special access. Praetor, Electroid, Dar Impulse. Second blessing is a promise of protection from the fury of the multi-force. It gives deflection, 3 deflection, and 50% armor against shock. Leave the priest be and close the door.
Know your duty.
Another one. Extra. No.
With each step, I forge my destiny
Give it a shot
among
with
the
a prayer.
stars.
I'm at your service.
Grovel before the faithful. I will take you down.
Ambushed. Argentina. Hey, if I knew I would place them here, man. I can't believe how freaking close it is.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Naturally.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Chaos. She's chaos.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
He's gonna go for Argenta. I hope she can dodge. We are without injuries. The most important thing is to be without injuries. Everything else is whatever. Just without injuries. We're good to go. We need backup out there.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Running binaric override. That is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
And so it shall be done.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Actions will speak louder than words.
For the throne story. Let's see to it.
I will not be deterred.
A tactically sound approach. I will do my duty. That's not the Seneschal's job. Indeed. Victory is imminent.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands you, my Emperor!
I won't object. But of course, Lord Captain.
Me, if you insist. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. if I may.
At your beck and call. Reduce the dust!
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Advancing. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. Significant value.
So I can officially say now, I demand an unfair buff. This was a stump, and it should be a nasty ambush. It was a stump. I demand an unfair buff. There were 6 of them, I think there should be 12. Double the amount of them. Easily. Easily double the amount. Perhaps even 2 waves. 6 in the first wave, 6 in the second wave. You got enough time to deal with that. Plenty of time. How far am I roughly in the game? The last part of Act 1.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Circular push tape. Operational will only respond to special command that you do
Let
not
us
know.
walk this path to the end. The Divine watches over us.
Sacred analysis.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Yo, this is bullshit, this data alter. Bullshit, okay? How am I supposed to know all of this? You have books along the way to trigger the right responses, okay? Pascal, remind me how the hymn goes. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me, let us sing this canticle too. Come on, Pascal, you sing it. It is not known to me, only high-ranking servants and shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn. What type of fucking magus are you then? I got a magus that doesn't know his own job, and I got an inquisitor that doesn't know a shit about aliens. Emperor help us all, the esteemed magus has been caught out not knowing a prayer, and now he's plundering like a cadet in an exam. I never thought I'd see the day. I don't know your songs. Interrupt the prayer. How am I supposed to know? There's like... Man.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
My knowledge has its limits.
How similar is it to the Wrath of the Righteous? Not much. Same engine. But aside from that, not much. I can't say leveling is the same, it's not. I can't say the combat is the same, it's not. Engine, Warhammer skin on Wrath of the Righteous style. Aside from that, everything is different.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Run, you fools! Fight.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. Doubt is for the weak.
Sure cannot escape their fate.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice?
I'll do it.
Next.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
Rejoice in service!
Faith without deeds is useless.
My vow is observed.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I'll do it.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Oh, that's fucking bad.
Blessed are those.
Jesus Christ. They can shoot further than me. I need to go all in. Although I can sneak on the right and trigger the fight from there without looting. We're gonna live this part. Just gonna trigger from here.
Join me in prayer.
Julio.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
Faithful, come to chaos!
Guided by faith. the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
So, painted black. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I will do my duty.
Naturally.
And so shall it be done. This be a warning to all who oppose us.
Snipers everywhere.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Oh.
At your beck and call.
Will you transform? What are you doing?
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
High momentum.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Me? If you insist on trying to die with grace, at least.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
If I may.
Oh, how are you doing? What's new?
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Prefer painted black.
Garcia is completely broken. Is melee like the last retort or something? No, melee is actually one of the best things that you can get, okay? But there is no need to go over there and risk injuries. If there were no injuries and traumas in the game, I would send melees. Why would I risk an injury or a trauma? I see no point. If I can do it with ranged, I will. Once enemies are close enough, then it's melees. Is the Space Marine gonna be? You mean a Space Wolf? Yeah, I'll play with a Space Wolf. How is the game so far? Good. It's good.
Unexpected result.
Operation successful.
Multitude of symbols are carved into the enormous generator. Realize they're the foundational tenets of the Electro-Priest religion. Standing out among them is the triumph of reason over all other facets of human nature. Multi-key. Lightning Arc Charge Staff.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
The Emperor favors me today.
Heretics are different from the others.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Know your duty.
There's like 30 cultists here. It's a huge fight. If you decide to do it like that, you can also evaporate them all through conversation. Crowd of cultists has surrounded the tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. A whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner body to convulse brutally and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The clenched claws of stagnation in the shackles of Iteration 0 under the iron wing let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal McEndride spring into combat mode instantly, and a dreadful rattle comes from his wax, and registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Amarnath has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Look around the hall. The heretics have taken up positions everywhere. Many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the hall. For now, they're all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and do not notice you. Are you sure it's Amarnath? The Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued is the blessed Amarnat's motto. How is he bearing this torture? Devotee of the Omniscience is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality. But where flesh reinforced with sacred iron will persevere, the purity of spirit may perish. I hypothesize that the heretics have made the blessed Amarnath a participant in some variety of sacrilegious ritual. Through sacrilegious torture, they're trying to break his will and turn him into the unholy terminal with which to control the reactor outer power circuit system. The tech priest colors are stained with grime. They're diluted, painted over with rot, and yet his heart still holds a cinder of bright red. This dying flame can be ignited anew. We must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the whole of heretics. The lightning discharges have charred the cultist corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the archenemy, which exudes a repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with the unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step towards falling a small compromise with evil that will lead to the something greater. Is there truly no other way, rogue trader? The signs of the archenemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coats of arms, even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention to you. Cassia stares in horror at the corrupted clothes and the scattered human ashes. Do not make me. You do realize this plan sounds like a suicide. This statement is true, then what do you propose? To flee? I've tried to employ this behavioral strategy in the past, and it brought myself no relief. You would disgrace yourself by donning these tainted rags. The only unbearable disgrace is that of a duty unfulfilled, the rest is merely spiritual attrition. And what is the essence of your plan? Uttering a litany of actuation for the power units from the Luminodeacon's command throne will direct the multi-force created by the blessed reactor into the whole. The distribution servitor is keeping its output within the set parameters, but upon receiving an order to increase the peak values, it will turn the place into an electric thread. The safety systems protecting the whole is controlled from the machine altar, which must be disabled. If all these operations are performed, I can guarantee that not a single blasphemer will survive the Omniscience wrath that will be unleashed upon this place. I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in fate and kill every last traitor at the Golden Throne. Imperialis +3, another desperate scream rends the air. So be it, may the Omniscience protect the blessed Amarnath in the coming battle. Death to the blasphemers. We have a huge fight. There's like really 1 million of them. Now, I really hope that I can sneak in and open the fight. No, not Pascal. Pascal!
Your seneschal is always there. Oh, this master craft
Get down.
not fit for a servitor.
Do you require an order?
Up!
The Emperor sets my
Up!
path.
What is it, rogue trader?
There! Where am I?
Blessed is von Valencia's bloodline.
Up! God damn it, how many of them are here?
to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls. Me. If you insist, Lord
I will
Captain.
cast you into eternal darkness!
Surrender to the dark powers!
These gunners, they need to die. Fighters will take some time, but gunners, they need to die first, because they hurt like hell. Let's try. 27. There's 27 of them.
I'll do it. We can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Scriptural prognosis is favorable.
I won't object to it.
Everyone, step aside.
Let's see to it.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Help me, Lord Captain!
Victory is imminent. I took care of this one. At your beck and call. I will do my duty. It will be done.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
For the throne's glory.
need to get him down so he stops shooting. And try to kill the shooters. Because there's a lot of shooters.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Rejoice in service! The Emperor commands!
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
From the end of the shooters, man.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is a prison. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. Eradicate it.
Argentina. Argentina. Kill 5. Pascal.
Running binary override.
The Emperor is on our side. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I'll do it.
If I may. Emperor.
Just too much in the open. I don't need to risk injuries now. 11 remaining all shooters.
And so shall it be done.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Rejoice
dodge.
in service.
And get back.
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Eradicated. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Get me a target. I won't object to it.
Nice bug. One top of another, man.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. For the throat, don't fear.
What? That's what Heinrichs do.
Naturally.
He killed them all. Whoa. I mean, there were 4 remaining out of 27. But who's gonna loot all of this? Good fight. Without a single injury.
are bound by the blood of martyrs. The Divine watches over us.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Let us walk this path to the end. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
That's what he done. Chill out for a second. Again, Argenta is fun to play with, okay, but it depends how you surround Argenta and who you surround her with. And it depends out of talents as well. The cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. Body convulses, pain, plaintive creaks of binary prayers come from his vox. Signal becomes less and less clear. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a trudging vibrate. Subject unidentified. This is not a blessed Amarnath. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Examine the tech priest. It burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmetics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. Amazing how robust the tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in grievously wounded body. Do you know him, Pascal? Subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible with the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness. How did you kill those heretics? What technology did you use? Existence has worn thin and threadbare. Scatos has discontinued the cycle. Scatos, this word does not appear in my catalog. I'm aware of its existence. Perhaps it sounded in the Blessed Amarnath sermons. I must consult my notes. Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah? The fire of the heart sent forth sparks. The name of the spark is Abel Hanuman. The echo of my call has reached you good. Iteration is at its end. Design is fulfilled. He looks at Pascal. What is the intention? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me till I cut my notice? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Pascal's voice rises to intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he's saying. What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension, plan written so that the righteous may follow, and trust in a great pattern of revelation and uniform progression toward it. Those are his words. I have not heard them in so very long. And where is Amarnath? Tech priest's weak voice grows stronger. He came because of himself. Myself, to redeem myself, to correct a mistake, possibly. But how do you? A look in a gentle condescension in Abel's eyes, strange given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. Could Pascal be Amarnath? All the time. You can talk once we get him out of here. cold premonition rakes the heart. Probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. We're the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and sacred unguent staining his sleeves. His wax rasped soothingly. Do not fear what is to come, brother, we're already here. Try to take him down. Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness I heard their prayers. Find them, save them. Recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration so that you may behold what is hidden. Recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration so that you may behold what is hidden. A blast of multi-force runs down the tech priest's body, his face contorts in mocking grimace. Malformed binary code repulsively jarring on the ears pulls out of his wax. Information archived to the effect the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the Electro Priest's hiding place. I note with a great sorrow that the cultist ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by the corruption. He is in the grip of schismatical and unholy imitation of a machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the Exorcism protocol. What is a schismatical? An ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of a motive force falls under the arch-enemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort. One whose very existence is an insult to the Omnissiah's wisdom. Benevolence shall help save him. Let the tainted be eradicated, Imperialis. As mangled as it is, the tech priest's body still clings to life. He takes several blows to end his corruption-tainted existence. But even after that, a repulsive jiggle is heard audible the static from his wax. Pascal McEndright touches the dead man's head carefully, grips his neural augmetic in its claw and extracts it from its socket with the utmost care. The skull bone cracks dryly, and brain matter taints the sacred metal. Rest in purity, tech brother. The knowledge you have attained through your efforts will be preserved and purified. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive towards uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to the servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of the engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. And now we go to those monks, Electro priests, and this shit, man. How am I supposed to know this? I need to spend an hour here until I know the first galvanic hymn. The motive, what is it? Now chant with me, let us sing the canticle too. The motive force that floweth through veins of copper. The Omnissiah from whom the holy discharge springeth forth. The blessed cathode that beckoneth the timeless electron. The mighty reactor that performeth the sacrament of fusion. The closest circuit wherein the path starts. Come on. Do anyone knows this? So we can pass. Because I forgot since beta. Who the fuck is gonna remember? Three shots were because he was corrupted. He was refusing to die. Omnissiah is one. Omnissiah from whom the holy discharge springeth forth. Let us fill our souls with a gratitude toward what is still. The arcane key that closeth the circuit. May the unity of the sacred charge's power, the immortal reason that hath created the spark, verily so, a pilgrim who's learned our ways, is worthy of the gifts of the enlightened. What is the gift of the enlightened? It is a pinpointing visor. Critical hit chance to range attacks against enemies with less than 50% wounds left. Not bad. Arc, rifle, exotic. Exotic two-handed range weapon. When the wielder hits a target with the arc rifle, they also attack all enemies within 2 cells of the target. It spreads electricity. But it's freaking exotic. Maybe on Pascal. Although I like plasma on Pascal. This is a two-handed range weapon. Exotic. Arm pen, 10 to 15. I could try on her. How do you look like? We can test it out. Why the fuck not? Argenta's even crazier than she used to be. Okay.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Circular cogitator. It accepts the contact circuit. And the door opens.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
And I need to take a piss. Be right back in a minute. There is this, there's the parade, and there's the Chaos Marine, and it's the end of Act 1. And it's 12:30 AM. It should be done till 2 AM. Let's see. Ej, ovaj mobilni ti se ukočio ovdje na ovo. A? Ukočio si, da znaš. Čisto da te... Kako? A, dobro. Oh.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps in your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger. But right now he's showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos or electues show through his oddly bluish tainted skin. Electues. May the charge of the Omnissiah mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Make the sign of Aquila the Emperor protects. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Damn it, how many salutes do they got? The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobian receives you, pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse Sixth, the servant of the motive force and the praetor electroid of this sacred monastery. The rank of Praetor Electroid is a sign of high standing within the Electro-Priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor. You have the honor of hosting the... Then comes the Abelard. It is a great honor to meet Electro-Priest. You are in the presence of a rogue trader of the House von Valancius. Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles, for your pot here is sprayed with blood of desecrators. Dark Impulse 60, if it was to you, was it not that Logis Abel came seeking an interpretation of his data trance? Yes, Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in a magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, Heretic's machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logis volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon afterwards. What kind of visions was he receiving? The Omnissiah's revelation was encrypted with great meticulousness, which indicates its great importance. Grasping it fully is beyond my ability, but a single touch was enough for me to realize the enormity of the secret concealed within, or more exactly the secret design, which was how the Tech Brother Abel referred to it. His mind has discerned in the world around him traces of some grand silence that he wished to comprehend. Logis Abel is dead. Sad news indeed. Tech Brother Abel was chosen by the Omnissiah to be a comprehender of great mysteries. May his spirit motive force come into being anew in a fount of miraculous fusion reactor. Why are you calling me pilgrim? Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross the monastery threshold. All others are profaners and criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of Electro-Priests, but your intentions are good. If you're not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it. What happened here? How did you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in drowse upon the Cenobium, we gave battle, but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defenders' sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's sacred chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in superstitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in the honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead for us. I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre that the cultists wrought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the ark wherein dwells a miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies so that the relic may be corrupted and the world of Raikat minorities may perish in a fount of fire. But my brethren and their magnetic meditation are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear it. I was attacked by Electro-Priests. That was a mistake. My enforcers and the governor's guards can help you reclaim the monastery. cannot allow this. Lay people are forbidden from visiting the monastery. Only a select few are allowed to behold the Ark and the relic within. We can enter. No soldiers can enter. Confirm the presence of lay people on monastery ground within the praetor electoid blessing will be regarded as sacrilegious violation of the holy rite of operation. Heinrichs opened his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind and quietly clears his throat instead. I see how Sorcelia follows the same rules when it comes to outsiders. You made the right decision. Thank you, Pilgrim. You are Electro Priest of Adeptus Mechanicus. And what precisely do you believe in? They believe in the motive force, another aspect of the machine god. Messiah gave the motive force. I want to go to the Holy Reactor. Basically what we got are 2 boss fights right now. Perilous adherent required. Move and save the motive force. Let's move. May the charge of the Omniscience grace persist in the batteries of the faithful. Machine right set. Map is done. Electrodynamic Cenobium.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Get down. Aurora. Face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask. Yet a voice pouring out beneath belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber bass of a void wolf, a border of ships. How predictable your path is, how static all the possible deaths you skirted, only to perish here in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. You have arrived just in time, little cog. The schematicals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor. Cog, I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling mechanite whirs viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From dust I will build order. Pascal announced my arrival. With the Omniscience blessing, the rogue trader von Valancius has come before the miraculous fusion reactor, seeking to perform purification and eradicate the corruption. All unauthorized persons are hereby ordered to lay down their arms and humbly accept their punishment. Humility is the lot of the meek. I'm a harbinger of great changes, and visions of the great cataclysm to come have incinerated with what humility I had in my heart. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant what is to come, or a corpse. I will take some time to wrest from you the details of the future that the cult prophesizes. Hopefully when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. What you'll be is a living torch blazing for his glory. Yellows, reds, violets, oranges, blues, wild colors that scorch the eyes. But where the motley masks end, nothing but a colorless void remains. And you are. My name is known to you. I'm Aurora, servitor Uralon the Cruel, and the spark of the final dawn that is destined to set Raikat minorities ablaze. A great path for one who was born into the Imperium's bondage but shunned her predestination in favor of changes promised by the edge of daybreak. Is Uralon a demon or just another heretic? Your flippancy is so amusing, but I have no inkling of the chasm that separates us. He's a prophet who foresaw our impending doom and who graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. A shard of ancient wisdom from a time before we were slaves to our bitter predestination. Rogue trader, I can't wait to close this creature's mouth with a seal of death. Or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself? Why are you blinding people? You think they're blind. They see far more than you do. Through reflections and mirrors blessed by the energies of Imperium, the edge of daybreak reveals to them visions of true existence and gives them glimpses of what is to come. The eyes lie. Our erstwhile masters have taught them to see only what is consistent with the lies they tell. The gift we give is that of a true sight. Guess what I see when I look at you? The edge of a daybreak, our teacher, our savior, our merciful God, born in the materium out of the woes of those laboring under a legacy of ignorance and servitude. And he remembers you. The silly savior fantasy you have been acting out amuses the true masters of those people's fates. So what is the final dawn? Salvation from a death whose name is yet unknown, but whose approach is sensed by many. Soon it will claim every inhabitant of the Koronus Expanse. Do you think anyone will come to our aid when cataclysms shake our homes and planet-wide genocides are unleashed? Will the Emperor help, or the idol of the iron they call the only scion? No. They will die alone and abandoned. Only one deity is promising salvation, the edge of daybreak. Mercy and salvation will come to all who believe in him and purify their souls in the light of the final dawn. What predestination? Everyone born in the Imperium has a predestination. The soldier, the commoner, the administrative official, the technomat, the void rat, all are consigned to serve the golden throne, and then dying a grim death for its glory. The Imperium never thinks twice about treating people as exploitable and expendable. After all, they're all the most easily replenished of all resources. Even your path is predestined, rogue trader. You will inevitably perish on your quest to expand humanity's domain. And your end will be particularly grim and ghastly. The fruits of your efforts will be enjoyed by others, the eternal aristocrats who dwell on Mars, Terra, and other safe worlds. They insist that it's natural order of things, but that's a lie. It's an order that benefits them. Are you trying to blow up the reactor? In short, yes. You will never tame the spirit of this ancient and noble machine into that clay person. Why did he want in my head? Unrad marked you as target. I will rid my Raikat minorities of your tyranny. The Electro priests rip their hands off the command panels, rending their flesh and stakes that pierce them. As their schismatical control bodies are imbued with emotive force radiance, all the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. Willpower succeeded. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but a name the heretic keeps repeating, the edge of daybreak, digs into your hearing like a blade in the defenseless flesh. It sounds it's almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind.
Grovel before the faithful.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
20.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
So many.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Rounds until the reactor explodes. Two rounds until the reactor explodes. Great. Yes. Great.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Indeed.
Indeed.
At your beck and call. It will be done. What? You are target.
Got it. I couldn't move.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust. Indeed.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Do not hit Argenta, you pieces of shit. Okay, that's good trauma. Go, Pascal, go!
Forward. Running binary override. My vow is to serve. Ability analysis successful.
I will not be deterred. Rejoice in service.
Doubt is for the weak. Wrath is a prayer. This is unacceptable.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. Be gone.
Yet I am her noble companion. Negligible.
I've suffered worse.
A lot of them. And you need to speed it up. Rough fight.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
See my great works, masters!
Betrays me.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Be careful not to cross my gaze. If I may.
Integrity factor increased. Request approved.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. The spiritual prognosis is favorable.
Rejoice in battle!
High momentum.
The Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. I'll do it. Dedicated. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury!
Everyone, step aside. I won't object to it. Naturally. Your reckoning is due. I'll see our foes obliterated. The Emperor is on our side. For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain. I need a foothold.
Faith without deeds is worthless. You can escape the Emperor's judgment. That is not the Emperor's will.
I wonder how that's gonna be. It is the strike over here.
Follow my lead.
Not like that. Not the large. That's
it. It will be done. I took care of this one.
That's fucking it. Good job.
Victory is imminent.
Good job.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Indeed.
Someone else can do this.
At your beck and call.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered.
We function as one.
And so shall it be done. Actions will speak louder than words.
Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I can't keep up with them. I'm slow. I can't keep up.
Get me a target.
Shit.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Some siphon life. I need to chill out immediately. Pascal got whacked like 15 times. For sure.
Guided by faith.
Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Man, the fuck have you spawned from?
I'll do it.
Yo, shit. Come on. Come on. What is that crap now? Out of nowhere.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done. Grey hair, sure hair. At your beck and call.
If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Duty demands.
Suffered worse.
Request approved. The old Messiah knows all. Comprehends all.
My enemies will be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
Cantina.
As the Emperor commands, right.
High momentum.
I am but a vessel for the higher purpose.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Naturally. throne's glory. Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Ooh, psychic phenomenon. Oh my.
I won't go down easy.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I am.
Indeed. It will be done. Victory is yours.
I have read tomes of military tactics. I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Your end is nigh.
I don't care if I get hit and it's kill.
The Emperor is on our
I
side.
don't care. I really don't care.
Naturally. Let's see to it.
Aim and duty go hand in hand.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I will not.
A tactically sound approach. I will do my duty. It will be done. At your beck and call.
I'm not hearing enough time.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Me, if you insist, Lord.
Activate calculated fury output.
May the Divine's will be done.
The Emperor commands.
Yo, what's with Hydrex?
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Brace.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Indeed. At your back. It will be done.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Emperor, give me strength.
Explorers fell one route. Forward.
I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens.
Everyone, step aside.
I won't object to it. Not sanctioned to do this.
For the throne's glory.
Can't believe I'm gonna fail because of this shit. Who the fuck is gonna repeat the entire fight again?
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I am.
I'd rather not.
Reduced to dust.
Hallelujah. Powerless to hold the approach of what is to come, I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. I will see it through. She got killed by the machine spirit. The light is gone. Was that it, the final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? You will pay for this. You will, and that's it. Confirming purgation and termination. The heretic took her secrets with her, bit. Motley hues have rejected her, leaving only a greyish-green thread. The news that the heretic put around her own neck. I have seen this many times before, no one can escape fear itself. A minute, please. I need no more than a minute. Inspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. I'm gonna fail now because I can't fucking save. There is the entire fight before this, so if you fail, you failed. inspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. Succeeded. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and toward the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On a closer inspection, it turns out to be a lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with a strange adornment resembling an eye covered by a scaled lid. What remains of the blade has a blue sheen to it, the same tint as Kunrad's weapon during the mutiny on your voidship. This is no human-made object, it was grown from red bone, a material favored by the Eldari. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together and individual words are distorted, as though they're mocking your attempts to grasp their meaning. The nagging whisper is like the burning red scratch of an unholy claw upon your mind. Heinrich, take a look over here. Is this by any chance what you're looking for? Toss the shard into the depths of the reactor. We go with Imperialis. This unholy object is the work of inhuman hands, and judging by the cold, I'm sensing it is a tool of the archenemy. I'm most grateful for your vigilance. Curious. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Orders, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From the moment on, I'm at your service. I'm ready to come aboard your ship and head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you don't have any other business in this system, in which case I'm prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Remove Aurora mask. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask, but after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if for a moment you saw something move. Executing. Let the Omnissiah given motive force flow and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. We're getting close to end Act 1, but there's still more to do, and there is a level now and so on. There's a lot. And we got a blasphemous prism. A glass prison crafted by the cultists of the Final Dawn. It belonged to their leader, Aurora. If you look through it long enough, your vision begins to deceive your mind, showing what could be instead of what is. Hereticus Amulet. Dark Vitality, maximum health and toughness when veil degradation is above 15. All attacks of opportunity deal additional agility bonus damage. Now that's fucking great. For Heinrichs. We need to loot all of this and then we'll level up. If I could grab one more level before the Chaos Marine, that would be great.
The Divine watches over us. Know your duty.
I mean, you can't call this the boss fight. It's probably the biggest fight in Act 1.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
And how many there were? Before this one, 27, now 21 or 22, something like that. A lot. With that, we can say we looted all. Let's level up. Nice and easy now. Look, how do I like Trip Psychers in a party? My conclusion before I start playing this was, I wanna have fun. Is it the best option? It's probably not. But it's fun to have Psychers because of the different abilities that you can cast. It's fun to play with Psychers. And you got Telepath, you got Pyromancer, you got Diviner, you got Sanctic, and you got a Biomancer. All for different builds. You want a tank Psyker, it's there. You want assassin Psyker, it's there. You want a classic mage-like Psyker, it's there. You want a support, it's there. So, You can create a lot of different builds. Okay, when you pick other classes, it's, you know, mostly they stick with their abilities. Iterative sticks to their abilities. Warrior and so on simplified. Okay, but when you pick up Psyker, you got plenty of options. How do the rounds go from 2 to 3? Once you kill an Electro Priest, you start this fight with 2 rounds before everything goes to shit, before everything explodes. Whenever you kill an Electro Priest, you get 1 round. There's 5 Electro Priests, which means you have 7 rounds to finish the fight if you kill Electro Priests on every turn. Okay, that's how. That's why I was rushing for Electro Priests. You're playing Baldur's Gate 3, should you play Pathfinder? You should play Pathfinder. Yeah. But I can't say you should play Baldur's Gate 3. You should play Dragon Age Origins. You should play Pillars of Eternity. Tyranny. Pathfinder. Rogue Trader. Even Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. But not Baldur's Gate 3. No more questions. Let's play. Level up.
The Emperor protects.
How do things stand right now? If I go with get back in a fight, I need to go with get back in a fight talent. With the Year of Authority, that will be for action points and resolve. Break the ranks would be for my melees. And now I have them. I have Abelard and Heinrichs. Until me is also fucking great. Everything is okay. Defensive, offensive, utilities. Okay, so you get to pick what you want now. Everything is nice. Even the healing invigorate is nice from the side. Everything is good. Now you pick the right one. I wanna be aggressive with break the ranks. And of psi rating too. With Pascal, we go with tactical knowledge. Give him some movement points. Heinrichs. We raise some health. We get some athletics, and we apply Abelard. We're gonna raise some strength, and we're going with Carouse. Argentina. This time, ghosty perception. Into hurt like hell. It's only for heavy weapons though. Movement. You don't know which spell is better on a navigator. You don't know which spell is better. You just don't know what's better. "16 cell radius. Immobilize. Plus the damage. Toughness until the end of combat from Navigator willpower bonus. 4 times Navigator willpower bonus to the willpower and toughness until the end of combat. Let's test out Reveal the Light. Into movement points. You don't know what's better, man. Crazy good. Everything was good. Okay. Whether you wanna give them charge, defense, offense, multiple enemies movement, everything. Immobilize. Just don't know what's better. And you need like 10 runs to test all.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
We are done completely here.
Let us walk this path to the end.
See, we can speak with Heinrichs. Or better to save his voice sector. Rogue Trader was somewhat brusque at the first meeting. I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamics. Cenobium, your arrival could not have come at a better time. Thanks to you, I succeeded in finding the object that brought me to this system in the first place. Now that the weapon of corruption has been seized from the cult, I can satisfy the Lord Inquisitor's wish and travel with you to Footfall, once you have finished your business on Reactor. There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely I will find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds in Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well. Be honest, Van Kalox, is this some kind of a tracking device? Certainly not. The Elucidator is such a rare and complex creation of the Omnissiah that neither I nor any of my colleagues would dream of compromising its integrity. If you wish, have your tech priest confirm that there are no listening devices inside. Give Heinrich Kunrad's blade. The traitor Kunrad Wojtyver had this item on his person. Item lost a blade shard. I suppose it could have some connection to the object of my search. Thank you, I will examine it later. What do you plan to do now? I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I'm aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultist actions. You have lost many valuable officers as well. You're in a difficult situation. I'm at your disposal. What do you think will become of electrodynamics in Obium? It depends on the electro monks. He got interrupted by the sound of a vox signal. Thank you for your time. Congratulations on the victory, your lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. Rumors about you not simply saving the tech priest monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. The vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Medina is expecting you at his command center to discuss the matters. We're ready to depart immediately, just give the order. Heinrichs. What can you do as a psyker?
The Lord Inquisitor was most insistent that I master the discipline of Santic Demonology. I use my faith and my power to crush the enemies of the Imperium. Servants of Chaos tremble at the sound of the Emperor's name, uttered by my lips. I am also a skilled biomancer. I can manipulate bodily processes. Sometimes I resort to those skills in the course of my work, when it is necessary to make the subject of an interrogation more cooperative.
How long you served the Inquisition?
Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. How many real years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space.
You visited many worlds during your service, Alvasia.
Indeed. I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the archenemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all humanity's bastions. Nothing compares to the majesty of Holy Terror, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the Segment's other worlds.
What duties have you been carrying out for the Inquisition?
You can't really be expecting me to answer that question, can you?
For someone who's been in service for decades, you certainly look young.
The first step for biomancers such as myself is to take control of the processes of their own body, including aging. I've endured innumerable hazards in my work. If I allowed every trace of them to remain, I would look completely different today. Gladly.
You're not the Inquisitor's only acolyte, correct?
Of course not. The Lord Inquisitor's entourage comprises dozens of people. The best of the best. Experts in various fields and disciplines. Some of them I know personally. Others I have never met. To be honest, I'm not even certain that the people I know are still alive. I used to work with other acolytes of the Lord Inquisitor, but in the Koronus Expanse, I've been working alone. I rarely have the time or the opportunity to think about it. We are not a retinue. We are acolytes. As for your question, I am closer than anyone else to the one I call my personal teacher. The Lord Inquisitor deemed me worthy of undertaking the most important and sensitive tasks requiring the attention of agents of the Golden Throne.
Any other Synchronons? Doesn't wish to be spawned.
Such as?
Tell me about yourself, Heinrichs.
I'm usually the one interested in the pasts of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world, Guizorn 3. I belong to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained, and I began my service for the glory of the Imperium.
You remember your home planet?
I do, but I have no ties to my homeworld now. None except my first name. I left Guizorn 3 when I was still a child. My family disowned me, stripping me of my family name. I was given a new one by those who trained me. Even for a noble, being branded a psyker is a mark of eternal shame. I experienced that firsthand before I was put on the black ship.
How did you discover your abilities?
Like many psykers unaware of their curse, I found out when a strong emotional reaction triggered an involuntary response. My great aunt had a pet grink. One day, it bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
I expected a more dramatic story.
If I were to summon a demon or rain down fire on everyone's heads, we wouldn't be standing here talking right now. However, I took the life of a family member. In my opinion, that is more than enough drama.
Tell me about the black ship.
Picture a vast prison ship, filled with frightened, angry psykers who can't control their abilities and who have just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human, or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers. Once, when one of the miscreants broke free, those in command simply depressurized the bay and got rid of the culprit, along with the prisoners and crew tainted by him. But even after that, I heard the echo of inhuman suffering and terror that filled that part of the ship. It grieves me to recall that episode to this day.
You were sent to the Inquisition straight after the training?
No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne.
That's it from Heinrichs. There's nothing left, only to go back, parade on Raikad Minoris, and 2 or 3 more fights before the Chaos Marine, and that's about it. We did everything. That's the last thing in Act 1. Now that's gonna last, it's 2 AM. Right. And I can't finish that in the next 2 or 3 hours. That's how long it takes to finish Act 1. This is basically this map, small map, is the entire Act 1. After that the game opens up and it's 50 times bigger. All of this is just intro, basically, what I was playing for 3 days now. It's just an intro. If you have any questions, now's the time to ask. So feel free to ask immediately. I'll be here for 5 more minutes. Man, I'm bloody tired. I've been playing this for nearly 10 hours. Then 11 hours yesterday. Oh. Is this like the 15 to 20% progress of the whole game? No, more like 5. Because you will see when Act 2 starts, the real game opens up, okay? The entire Koronus Expanse opens up with dozens of worlds and galaxies to visit and so on. It gets freaking insane, okay? And there's a lot of acts. So it's just gonna get bigger and bigger from now on. All of this was just an intro of the entire game. Does the game need you to maintain infinite buffs like Wrath of the Righteous? No. You will have 4 to 6, and I guess in a mega late game, 8 action points. Now, what you can cast with 8 action points, considering you cast like 2 offensive abilities, 2 attacks, and like 3 taps, 3 defensive buffs. But you see early on, you cast 1 defensive, 1 offensive, and you attack. Okay, now you get to pick which one you're gonna cast, because you got plenty of them to choose from. So no, it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with Wrath of the Righteous, to be honest. It's more like Wasteland 3, but with more spells. I would call the game like a complex version of Wasteland 3. That's what the game is. A darker, because Wasteland 3 has a lot of comedy. This is basically a game with 1% comedy and 99% is dark. It's war. Everyone is dying around you, you know. And what it's got is the Wasteland 3 combat. That's how I see it. Half cover, full cover, and those abilities you can take, trajectories, percentage to hit, and whatnot. And then you add a dice roll on top of it all in a turn-based mod, and you have 40k. I mean, Rogue Trader. Very good concept. I'm always for real-time CRPGs, but they're very rare. As far as turn-based goes, this is great. Does it have more voice acting than Pathfinder? I guess it's gonna be the same. Okay. The version you're gonna play in a month from now is gonna be the same. Main quests will be fully voice acted, companions will be voice acted, important conversations will be voice acted, and maybe some optional quests that Alcat considers important will be voice acted. But narration, all of the things I'm reading right now, that won't be voice acted. Okay. How much time do I think is for a full playthrough on Unfair? 200 hours plus for sure. For sure, 200 hours per run. And I would say even above. Depends how you play on unfair. Depends how long it takes, you know, with management, with politics later on, and then when you open up resources, then all of those worlds and colonies, and there's a lot of things to manage and do. And then there's the ship combat later on. You'll see it tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna play Act 2. Maybe even above 200 hours, maybe even 300 hours, I don't know. We're gonna get the same amount of mods as Wrath of the Righteous. There will be mods, yeah. There will be DLCs as well. I mean, Wrath received like, what, 5 DLCs, and one more is left, 6 DLCs for Wrath. I guess same will go with the Rogue Trader. How does it go, basically? The first team always do the game in Alcat, I guess, and the second team comes in and then does the DLCs. Well, the first team does a new game. So while you get occupied with DLCs, a new game is in progress, and that's how it goes. You should wait with Grim Dawn. Whoever starts playing Grim Dawn, you should wait. Because a new DLC is coming out, and then you should play Grim Dawn. Not now. Yes, every ability in Rogue Trader is useful, but you cannot spam. You can use it only once per turn. If that's everything you have to ask, I think I'm gonna go offline now, and we're gonna continue tomorrow. Tomorrow, next stream will be in tomorrow, Sunday. Now it's still, next stream is in 13 to 14 hours from now. And we're gonna finish Act 1 and start with Act 2. Probably I'll try to do the entire footfall, and that's gonna be tomorrow. All in all, that's it for today. I wish you all good night, and thank you all for watching. And see you back in 13 hours. Guys.